open acceptance by the previous army chief of Pakistan, President Musharraf. He went to become the president later on. That they used to get money, millions of dollars, for each innocent person they signified as a terrorist, and then those were the innocent Baluchistani people or others, and the U.S. used to bomb them, and the Pakistani leadership, the army, they used to get money for that. And I guess this history is rhyming now because Pakistan is now training all these Talibani people and sending their own, support. They are supporting them, and in turn, when the U.S. through the Air Force or through the NATO allies, they will strike these Talibanis. They will use the Pakistani air bases, their resources, and they will pay Pakistan for this ongoing war. And war is like a huge business for Pakistan. That's what they do. And they're just repeating that at the cost of Afghani people. So I guess they are just going through the old book. They're just changing the tactics now. And the only people who have to suffer are Afghanistani people and their growth in terms of development, infrastructure. It is at risk. India has placed, I guess, $3 billion in investments over there. And I guess those were all in terms of friendship, like all the dams and the parliament and all. So all those are at risk. So my only submission is that it is the international um, all the international lobby, they should understand what's going on. America is not fooled. The CIA knows everything. Intelligence agencies know what Pakistan is doing. And I guess the road is already set. They have decided what has to be done. What is being done on the ground is just an implementation. So I guess there is a very deep state involved in this. They want to earn. You have to follow the money and see who is funding the Pakistani for the trainings, and how the money will go from the Americans while they use the Pakistani infrastructure, and how that money will flow from America Defense Department to the Pakistan, and who is using that. So if Afghanistani people would like to, I guess, impact the Pakistan directly, they should know that how the money flows, who receives that money, and impact those people. The top leadership in Pakistan, they should be held accountable for all the ill or the bad deeds. That's my submission.
So I'm just going to be, let me just, it's a housekeeping announcement. For the safety and for the safe space purposes, I would like to inform everybody to keep their bios which have backlink to their social media. We want to make sure that there are voices which are here for the purpose of helping out. Do not want any nuisance, abuse, and um, targeting, hate. And while you're at the stage, respect the rules of this room. What I want also is that if you are not having a bio or having any display or picture which is objectionable, you'll be removed without warning. So please stick to this. Thank you so much. This room has been outcome of a joint effort of uh, our Akrib and many other Afghan friends who have been talking about this for past 1 week, urging a lot of lot of us over here to look at what is going on inside Afghanistan, and we are here to just ensure that they have a safe space where they can talk to us. We would like to understand their concerns. Some of them are known to us. Some of them probably have changed now that because today we hear of some new development. So, so let's have as many of your friends over here. Please ping your friends who would like to be part of this conversation, and follow Akrib, R, and me so that you are connected to us at the back channel. Thank you so much. Continue, please. The next person want to speak. Has Kim spoken? If not, then we go. If she has, then we go to Sub Zero. Sub Zero.
Yeah. Hi all. Am I audible? Am I
Go
audible?
ahead, Sub Zero.
Yeah. Hi all. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
you
yes,
are.
Sub-Zero.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Uh, Thanks, Maya ji, and thanks, Akrim, and thanks, Sar, for giving me this opportunity to speak. So, as you all know, what's
Can you
happening in
come closer to
Afghanistan.
your device? 1 second. Come closer to your device. Your voice is echoing.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Is it better now?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so as we all know about the recent developments in Afghanistan, so like it's really very horrible. The situation is very alarming for uh, all peace-loving people out there in the world. So we aren't seeing a good day in Afghanistan in near days. Like things are getting worse day by day. So now the latest news that we got is that Taliban have conquered like three more cities, and so as usual, like they have killed 500 Afghan soldiers in the last 6 hours. So it's very much dangerous for this world. Like, and then we have seen that Pakistan is as usual uh, supporting these Talibani terrorists, and the best we can do is like speak up against that, and like we can do whatever we can do to like raise our voice against Taliban and like Pakistan. So that's what we believe should be doing right here. uh, yeah, so uh, uh, that's it for now. So maybe I'll add to it in the later discussion. Thank you.
I welcome Babar Jan over here. It's glad we're glad to have you join us here today. Thanks for joining in, and we would like to hear from you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Maya. Hello, everyone. Um, as Sap Zero and other friends they shared, yes, unfortunately, we don't have good news to share here. However, I was talking with some friends in other rooms, and I quote one statement from one of our national hero who was fighting against Taliban for many years. His name was Ahmad Shah Massoud. He said once Taliban, when Taliban captured most of the country and he was still fighting, there was some people that they asked him to surrender and to give up fighting. He had a hat and he put his hat on the ground and he said, if there is a space like this in Afghanistan that I can stand, I will stand and fight against Taliban. I will never ever give up fighting. So that's what we will do, and that's who we are. We will never give up fighting. We will never surrender to this terrorist organization. Unfortunately, there was some lost in the few days, and then even today, we lost one big city. However, we defeated Taliban in the past many times, and we will defeat again. Taliban's are gaining the land, but they are not having our hearts and minds. People of Afghanistan are against Taliban. We will be standing and then fighting with the help of international community or without the help. We will fight and we will never give up. So something about this hashtag which we are using, and I encourage all our friends of Afghanistan to continue using this because we want to put more pressure on Pakistan so they can stop funding and they can stop training and supporting and sending these militants into Afghanistan. Somebody talked about the financial money coming, and at the beginning we were not sure where this money is coming from because Pakistan does not have such capacity, the same Iran. So now everybody realized, and we have to educate the world and our public that Qatar government is behind this. They are giving millions and millions of dollars to Taliban through Pakistan. They bought some corrupt Afghan officials from these cities and districts, and that's why some of them, without fighting, they left their towns and their positions. Um, we need to continue putting pressure on Pakistan as the main supporter of Taliban, but also put pressure on Qatar government for funding and supporting these terrorists. And it's not just in Afghanistan, but also we have seen in Libya how they're supporting Hamas and Jihad Islami in Israel, and Syrian fighters that Qatari government, they are behind them and they support them. So we have to put also pressure on Qatar to cut their financial support for Taliban. So please continue using this hashtag and ask or encourage your friends to put and talk to politicians and put more pressure on politicians so they can talk with their governments and we put sanction on Pakistan, especially Pakistani military generals and ISI generals that they are directly supporting Taliban. Thank you.
Thanks, Babajan. I want to just reset the room. There are some new people coming in. This is a room which is offered to Afghan friends and I would say sisters and brothers to come and share with us their concerns and also hear from us what we can do. While we continue with this room, I have to say that just for the sake of safety, make sure your bios are in place. I will like to add as many people to speak over here. And if you, by any chance, would not like to give your ID and don't want to reveal your name or social media, back channel me your questions and I'll ask them. Thank you so much. Najib Jan, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. Maya, thank you very much, and thank you other mods for actually opening this room under your club. We actually, I hope
Can you come
are you
closer to your device? Your voice
uh,
is very faint.
am I audible now?
Yeah, better, better.
Okay. Thank you very much, Maya. Thank you other moderators for actually supporting Afghanistan in a very crucial and critical time that we are going through. Obviously, the situation is not favorable. It's extremely fragile. And India or any of our friends, close neighbor friends, close allies. I'm sorry that I had a phone call. I had to decline it. And others far behind the region, we really desperately need your support and this at this crucial moment. Uh, Having said that, the room is basically India standing with Afghanistan. We definitely India has been a friend for years, for centuries, and we have good partnership and relationship with India. Uh, Afghanistan, as Babar mentioned, I'm not going to repeat what he mentioned. To some extent, I actually reiterate most of the points which he mentioned. To some extent, we have to also acknowledge the fact that there were some miscalculation that happened either from our existing government or former government, former leaders actually, not government, and also some of our allies, you name it, either being the US or NATO state members, that ended up in this situation that we are now tackling with. But again, as Babar mentioned, if you ask a general question from Afghan citizen, ordinary citizen living in different parts of the country, they definitely don't desire what's going on now. It's sort of actually sort of imposed situation on them. They definitely don't want to go back to like 20 years back, that they were sort of the dark ages, that kids were not able to go to school, proper schooling, especially girls. Women were not allowed to go to work, and they were suppressed. But again, I don't want to be very emotional, but this is a situation that we have to express our emotion. What India can do is, obviously they have done their part, but we definitely need your support, either being as a local citizen or a media activist, or even especially the government, anyone in the government, or parliament. We really need your voice to be raised, because India, being an emerging either economy, or also sort of a major player in the region and also global world, uh, um, we really need your support to raise our concern that what's going on in Afghanistan, it's not actually what all Afghans want. And we do hear a lot, especially in the Clubhouse and also other social media, that okay, it's a war of Afghans, they have to fight it. But I think it's sort of, to some extent, it's a bit injustice to say that, because it is, there are a lot of other elements into this equation that needs to be untangled. We had the US support for the past 20 years, but this war has a lot of other elements. There are a lot of, you know, blind spot into it, that we Afghan alone cannot fight this war. We definitely need our allies, our the supporters, either neighboring countries or international community, to stand with us. Obviously, I just don't want to have this discussion drag into minutes, or taking other times on the stage or audience listening to me. It's almost repetition of things. You might have been hearing the same things
So
over and over again. But
I,
again,
I,
it's
I, I just have to interrupt you and say one thing,
sure,
that there is no
please.
timeline. And one more change I'm going to make is I'm going to break the PTR, because I think we have a lot of, I'm getting the sense that I want to this evening stop PTR, and I think let's go popcorn, and but one mic at a time, so you can go on as long as you want, and we won't stop you. So just don't worry about words and time. We have all
Thank you,
the, just go on.
thank you, Maya.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maya. I understand that we I mean, just being from a realistic school of thought, I know, we have Deep on stage, that he might share,
There is a reason why I'm doing this. I'll tell you why.
awesome, awesome.
I'll tell you
So
the reason why I'm doing this, because I know that there are so many stories which we will not hear. And so, if you want to talk about, irrespective of, I mean, I know that what you want to say is being practical with the time paucity and all that. Still, if you want to share at your own free will, please go ahead, because there are so many people who just can't have access to social network or telephones, or and so. I mean, we just have only these people, okay? Just few of us over here. So, least we can do is just just sit and talk to you. So we are doing that, and so don't feel the pressure of time. We have all the time, and we want to listen, and there is no rush. So
thank you, Maya.
that's about it.
Thank you, Maya. I appreciate you that you. I'm not. I'm always. I'm very precise in my speech. I just want to highlight a couple of points that I frequently I'm hearing from different different individual from different countries. One thing is, most of the experts, I'm gonna reference him actually, Carter McKenzie, who wrote a couple of books on Afghanistan. He was in the Center for Strategic International, CSIS, here in the DC, a think tank organization. He was actually referring to his book, that he wrote on Afghanistan. So just for audience and everyone's information, he was one of the senior advisor for uh, U.S. commander in Afghanistan for not only for Danford but also others. He mentioned that Afghanistan is actually going through a very difficult situation, but again, this discussion is time and again coming up that why the Afghan forces being like over 300,000 forces, well equipped, well trained, they cannot fight a guerrilla fighter or Taliban that are less in numbers, and also they are not well equipped. And this is a war, especially now we hear from President Biden. He mentioned that Afghan needs to fight their own war. They need to defend their own country. Well, as I mentioned earlier, to some extent, this is factual. It is true. We need to, be resilient. We need to fight our own war. But again, this war has a lot of dimensions. But I don't want to drag this to other side because the topic is India's support. I want to reiterate India has supported us, especially in the recent the UN Security Council Assembly. India chaired the meeting. We really appreciate India that they stood beside us. They actually highlighted some of the critical and important points that was especially the safe haven, the terrorist safe haven. We know everyone in this room, I'm sure, know where it is, and that's the primary issue that we are suffering. The 20 years war could have been, maybe there was an easy fix to it if there were no safe haven. So again, what's going on, especially Barber mentioned about the hashtag. I think those are soft tools that we can utilize, but we need to take some extra miles. We have to, think out of the box. Everyone, we really need India support, other support, to stand with us. Just what most might not know about is Afghans definitely don't want to go back to the dark era, which was the Taliban's term. Kids were not allowed to go to school. We were having a sort of dictatorship, fundamental Islamic fundamentalism. People were forced to have beer and all those things, which is not stipulated in Islam. It's a different labeling. It's getting out of your rights to force people to do what they have to do. We are not in 16th century. We are now in 21st century. Everyone has the right to live the way they want to live. I will stop here. I will let others to speak, but definitely I'll step in and share what I'm hearing from the field.
Please stay
Just
on.
for everyone information, I'm not in Afghanistan, but my family is in Afghanistan. My sister was displaced recently. She is not now, actually she's not in her home. Two of his husband's brothers were martyred recently in the surge that happened, in the attack that happened in some of the provinces. I don't, for security purposes, I don't want to name which provinces she is living in which province, but definitely all Afghan have suffered immensely due to the what's going on now on the ground. Thank you very much, Maya.
I'm sorry to hear about your loss. I don't know how to respond to this. I just hope your sister is safe, and I hope that everything is at least easy enough for her to find a way out. Just thanks for sharing your story, and you've been so strong throughout. So uh, we
Thank you,
have,
Maya.
yeah, thanks. Just stay on with us. We would like you to continue to stay with us. Deep, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Maya. Look, I've just read some reports that the Taliban have captured Herat just this morning. This was the latest update. It's the 10th provincial capital that they've taken over in a very short period of time. And obviously, this room is with India, and as an Indian, someone who was born in India and raised in India, and even though I'm an American citizen now, someone who stands very proudly with the culture, I can tell you that India does stand with Afghanistan. Indian foreign policy definitely stands with the people of Afghanistan. But not just India. I think it's very important that the whole world sees this, and the whole world stands by its commitments, because as Najib mentioned, it's not enough. It's not enough sending whether it's the Americans sending B-52 bombers, or India sending various aid in terms of military aid, as well as diplomatic aid. It's not enough humanitarian aid. It's not enough, and we're seeing the consequences of this play out in real time. And there are several intelligence reports that report that Kabul, could fall in 8 weeks' time, 6 to 8 weeks' time. Obviously, this is just, I guess, intelligence reports, but they're there for a reason. And I do fear very strongly for the people of Afghanistan, and I just feel like they've been forgotten, and it's not enough. And I think if we let this continue, right, essentially the whole world, whether it be India, America, Europe, any real country in the free world, they'll have to negotiate with the Taliban. For all we know, the Taliban could control the embassies of Afghanistan, and uh, essentially steal up government resources. And what I've also read, just to keep it brief, because we have other people here waiting, is that, the Taliban, what they do when they take over a provincial capital is they take over the resources of that entire city. So they take over the tax base, they take over. So they're a very well funded, a very well oiled organization. And, there's very clear mechanisms on how they operate. And that's why I'm telling you that it's a very challenging situation. It's a very complex situation, as Najib John mentioned. I think that we have to take aggressive measures, because if we don't, it'll be another 10, 20, 30-year war in Afghanistan again. And this time it could be even worse, because we pulled out and the Taliban control everything, and we don't want to be in that situation. And the Taliban, what they end up doing is they take up the state's resources, all of the funding, U.S. aid, Indian aid, whenever they take over a provincial capital, all of that wealth and money and resources becomes theirs. All of the American Humvees, all of the weapons, all of the infrastructure that was abandoned by some of the security forces, Afghan security forces and national police in the area, that just becomes Taliban assets then. And, unfortunately, this is a guerrilla war. The Taliban are an ideology, and they blend in with the local population in some respects. And, this type of stuff cannot be tolerated. And as Babur and Najib John both mentioned, Afghan people don't stand for this. They don't want this. This is not their country, and this is not their culture or their history. And it's important to realize this, because Afghanistan was a very, very peaceful and a stable country, at least under the king in the Durrani dynasty in the final years. But I guess those days are past, and now we're in 2021. And I think what we have to be very careful, whether you're in Indian perspective, American perspective, European perspective, is us not doing anything and having the apathy that's going on right now. That will, continue to make the situation worse for another 10, 20, 30 years. And my biggest fear is that it will lead to another war in Afghanistan that would be even longer and bloodier. And if we don't do anything, and that's why I'm really happy that this room is there. And obviously, the root cause is definitely Pakistan. And, unless we sanction Pakistan, whether it be India, America, that India has taken some good measures, but, it has to be from the entire world, which is why I love this hashtag. We'll continue to see the reign of terror from Pakistan spread into Afghanistan. The Taliban continue, and as I mentioned, they blend in with the local population. because it's very easy to cross over from Pakistan into Afghanistan and cause this world of terror. And from the madrasas and some of the extremist organizations in the country, we'll continue to be in this cycle. So again, we stand firmly with the people of Afghanistan. The Indian community stands very firmly with the people of Afghanistan. And thank you very much, Maya, and Najib Jan, Babur Jan, for having this room and letting me speak. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Deep. Theatre, would you like to go ahead before I get anybody in?
Me?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean,
I
it's
would like you to.
thank you very much, mate. I appreciate being able to contribute. You know, as someone who works a lot in Afghanistan affairs or like geopolitical affairs relating to the Afghan situation, and generally, like my club, we try to bring this to the attention. And I've been in rooms with Najib, with you, with Baba, and I've learned so much from people who really are on the ground in Afghanistan, on the ground in India. And as someone who looks at this from the top down perspective, like I'm not there, so I can't fully appreciate what's going on, but I try my best to understand. I really do find that these kinds of rooms, these communities, are some of the most invaluable to my work and my understanding and ability to empathize and want to help improve the situation. In Kaibo as well, people who I've listened to, and Deep, for their very, bringing this multifaceted perspective to this incredibly unfortunate situation. I think that some of the reports I was reading earlier about the gains that the Taliban are making are extremely disconcerting. Deep is very right to quote a report from, and again, this is the issue. I get a lot of my information from Western sources, so I try my best to balance that by hearing from people who aren't Western and who can give an alternative perspective, like Baba or others. They're saying that Kabul could fall within 90 days, which is a very disconcerting idea. I'm very fearful of the impact that the Taliban are already having on the freedom of people. There's a very in-depth report by the BBC, people who not necessarily just with the BBC, but are going between many settlements, and they're describing what are happening in many markets, and the fact that one man was found listening to a music that wasn't just Islamic chants on the national or on the speakers in the square, and he was forced to walk on the stone in the beating sun for until he passed out. And this is the reality of what the excuse me, the Taliban are wanting to return to. They say that they're inclusive and that you can listen to whatever you want, and there is variation between some of the Taliban commanders, but let's be honest, this is still a huge aggression in the democratization process that Afghanistan has been experiencing. And I've heard from so many Afghans on this platform are very much in favor of. They've really enjoyed the or really embraced the idea of democracy, and whilst it's still flawed, they very much want to be able to self-determination and decide for themselves what kind of country they want to live in, how they want to live, what kind of democracy, or just that whole sort of aspect. And the Taliban are coming in with this oppression and clamping down of any freedom of expression and individual ability to express oneself, be it through media or even how people dress. The burqas are returning, full face burqas for women, and it's just I can't stand for this. I hate to see what's happening, and I really hope that India, to bring it back round to the topic of this room, I really hope India takes a leading role in ensuring, as the largest democracy in the world, as a major democracy in the region, takes a leading role in helping Afghanistan ensure its democratization. And both countries are very rich, very diverse, and have such a, as I've seen here in this room even now, the intimate relationship that they both share, given their similar paths in history and what they've experienced. And so I think India represents, a really golden opportunity to counteract against the CCP, who want to sort of make Afghanistan a pariah state, or Russia, which are a little bit not that bothered, and also a pretty oppressive regime under Putin. So I hope that India can take a leading role in supporting the Afghan people in their right to democracy and self-determination. But that's just my 2 cents, and thank you for letting me contribute. I'm Shotton and I'm speaking.
Uh, Thanks, Pedro. I just wanted to, one thought which I had, and maybe you can share what is your perspective. When you look at what's happening in the last 1 week, there has been conversations where, we hear a lot of our defense experts giving their take on the present situation, not being part of Troika discussions, and now, since it's got down to this point, Indians are waking up to new challenge that probably because there's more pressure on India that what are you doing? So here is something which I've been listening to, that people, whoever experts that we see, have a point when they say that to get involved with any kind of negotiation or dialogue, wouldn't you need to have another side? But with Taliban, I don't think India has a heft to manage any dialogue, because it's just something which has come out of the blue. And in this sense, Taliban is actually, in many ways, as India perceives, it's something which ISI has worked on for a long time. So in that situation, what kind of um, a measure or a step would India take to kind of secure the civil liberties, or uh, absolutely basic is to secure the Afghan people. It's just something which I am talking on behalf of the lay person. I am not an expert, but I have been trying to figure out and follow a little bit since, because I have a friend who's stuck in Kabul, and today, with the change in that in the update that there is talking about shared power and all that, so it puts us in a situation where you do not see this getting resolved to September. It probably Kabul will be much earlier, and everybody is like talking about updates. But for an Afghan citizen sitting inside Kabul, these updates mean nothing but getting closer to death. So if India does have to try anything at all, it is pushed against a wall, and I do not know in this situation what can Indians do at all, or how do they negotiate at all, because there is no one entity, and Taliban doesn't mean one person. And so, if you have any thoughts, please share. We want to listen to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. I mean, I'm here to learn, as I say, from people with their personal stories. I don't want to be the one to talk for others, given this is not something I'm experiencing. But I'll give you a couple of interesting thoughts, if you don't mind, for a second. Which is, I think one thing we have to consider when you're talking about India and Afghanistan is the hashtag of this room, Pakistan. Now, the relationship of Afghanistan to Pakistan is extremely complicated. I've heard many different opinions about just how much Pakistan is involved. Some people believe they are the direct funders of the Taliban. They are the direct, and I say this isn't my opinion. It's just I'm parroting what I've heard other people say, just to help deepen the discussion. I'm not taking sides. But some people think that Pakistan is directly involved, that they are funding the Taliban, that they are training the Taliban, that they are doing this. Other experts or people believe that Pakistan aren't actively supporting the Taliban. They're just not doing anything to stop them operating in Pakistani territory, i.e. mainly the border between Afghanistan. So it's not a case of Pakistan actively supporting them. They're just not actively stopping them, which in itself could be seen as allowing them to gain more control. So it's this sort of indifference by the Pakistani government that is what's helping the Taliban gain confidence and momentum, and therefore people think that Imran Khan is complicit in the in what's happening in Afghanistan. I mean, last year Imran Khan did say in a speech that he thought Osama bin Laden was a martyr. which I think is very concerning. Earlier this year, he did also say that he wants to reach a peace agreement or arrangement with India, and then in the same speech, about 2 minutes later, he says, "But the onus is on India to do so." Well, okay, do you want to reach peace? If you really want to, then why don't you take the initiative instead of putting the onus on India? The other thing I would say, aside from that, and again, this isn't me making any, I don't want people to be upset. I'm just sharing what I've read, and I try to be as objective as possible. The other thing that I think is very important is the fact that India is the president of the United Nations Council this month. And considering that they haven't been on the council for a decade, and prior to that 20 years, India is going to be using this platform as a major power, and because they should be a permanent member of the council, to really elevate what they think is important to their immediate sphere of influence, i.e. Afghanistan in this case. And two of those things is terrorism and peacekeeping. So those are both security, and maritime security is the other one. But peacekeeping and counterterrorism are two very interesting things, because counterterrorism is a very widely accepted, everybody in the council is unanimous in wanting to counteract counterterrorism, terrorism, excuse me. So if you have the Taliban making these incredible gains, well, that's going to be India. I think will be taking a leading role in counterterrorism initiatives. Russia is a heavy, strong partner in terms of counterterrorism. Even China is pretty vocal about wanting no terrorism in the region, and that's because of their situation with the Uyghurs and their fear of the Taliban's knowledge of how the Chinese CCP are treating fellow Muslim communities. So I think that India in the Security Council leadership is going to be very indicative of how India will act in a growing Afghan situation or deterioration of the situation. I also would say that I read a very interesting article, which again was talking about on the ground perspectives. Deep mentioned it about this Humvee that the Taliban were parading and showcasing. But as soon as the Afghan military arrived in helicopters, they all scarpered and they all disappeared. So the Taliban are making gains, but I would say it's more nuanced than simply in quite a few provincial capitals, the governors have actually pulled out because they didn't want to have over destruction of the cities, and they also wanted to avoid civilian casualties. So it's not only a case of the Taliban are capturing Afghan militants, or it's a case of the Afghan retreating, it's more tactical displacement. The Afghan want to avoid as much damage as possible and regroup and maybe launch a counterattack. And the fact that they do have 350,000 troops converted to Taliban's 85. Again, I'm not saying that this definitely means the Taliban won't potentially take Kabul. I'm just saying that the Afghan government have got quite a strong, should we say, military vis-a-vis the Taliban in terms of their artillery and equipment. Last thing I will say is that if this continues at the rate it does, and the Taliban does continue to make gain after gain, I expect to see India beginning to deploy some form of military presence. I wouldn't say just boots on the ground, because no country really wants to engage in that, and I'm definitely not saying India would launch some kind of intervention into Afghanistan. Absolutely not. But again, it comes down to this counterterrorism peacekeeping narrative that they've mentioned in the Security Council. And I think that India, being the largest donor to the peacekeeping forces, would produce, I think, potentially some kind of, defensive cooperation, maybe. This isn't anything I've read. That's more just my conjecture, as in my hypothesis of what could potentially happen. But that's difficult to tell, also given the relationship with Pakistan, which is what I started with. So those are some thoughts. I hope that's that makes sense. I hope that doesn't alienate anyone. If I can answer any questions, I'm here. I'm just going to be listening from here on out. But thank you very much for letting me have the floor.
Glad to have you. You pretty much answered everything that was on my mind. So actually, we do have another 25 days to keep pushing this while India continues to press for that resolution. So thank you so much. Since we are going to be a popcorn, pattern, and I do not want to keep people waiting. Anybody has points, please go ahead and start talking. And just remember, one person, one mic, so it's easier. I'm not going to moderate
I
beyond that.
think we
So
should
go
take
ahead.
Vivian next.
Yeah, Vivian, go ahead, please.
Thank you very
After
much.
after Vivian, it's Ayush. Okay. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Maya and moderators. Well, I came in here, so I have a lot of friends, in India, from India, but also, from Pakistan. So is it possible to ask for sort of a reset? Because I know a little bit about the Afghanistan situation, and I'll be better briefed after the next Asia Society discussion on this, led by our friends there. But could I understand why you want to sanction Pakistan? I heard Piotr mention what Imran Khan said, and I agree that's concerning. But and I, of course, Imran is currently PM, so there's a certain representation there, but he is not Pakistan. So can I understand the basis for wanting to sanction a country? Thank you.
I would like anybody wants to take this. Najib, Jan, or Watan. Anybody?
Oh,
Uh,
yes. If I can comment on that, please.
Please go ahead.
Thanks so much, Maya, for the opportunity. Well, Vivian, you asked a very good question, but I guess the answer to this question have been widely been communicated, not only within the regional media, but at the international level, where this hashtag has grown, widespread attention across all communities. And the sole reason behind sanction in Pakistan is because Pakistan has been the country that has solely been funding, providing sanctuary for Taliban and the terrorist groups by opening, madrasas, over hundreds of madrasas across Pakistan, training dead cells, and then sending those over to across the border to Afghanistan with only one aim, and that is to disrupt Afghanistan's security, the so-called peace that was built and that was institutionalized, and to take away people's independence and people's choice. Um, uh, Obviously, Afghan people has never and ever wanted to be ruled and governed by a terrorist, closed mind, uh, 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 group like Taliban. However, Pakistan has kept on, providing funds and providing a weaponry and whatever that the Taliban needed in terms of even uh, uh, providing or giving hospitals at disposal of Taliban who get wounded or injured uh, 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 in the war in Afghanistan. So uh, within Afghanistan, in recent fightings, there are hundreds and hundreds of clear evidence that the Afghan government, not only Afghan government, but the local residents have witnessed that Taliban has international fighters alongside with him, specifically from Pakistan with their national identification cards. It's not something that has been witnessed overnight. This has been going on for the past many years, and that's unfortunate, and that's why Afghans have raised their voices, and they have spoken with clarity. They have spoken concise what they wish and that what they are expecting, and that is to sanction the Pakistan as the government, not the people. We're not against the Pakistani people and citizens. We have so many cultural similarities
Thank you,
with
Watan.
them. And yes.
Thank you.
Me,
So,
Yeah.
no, 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Vivian, 1 second. I just want to moderate this better because this is for Afghans who are having a war at their door inside their home. And I want Watan to confirm if he's done speaking. Only then you can speak, Vivian. Please allow that.
sure.
Thank you,
Watan,
Maya.
are you
I
done?
guess. Thank you, Maya.
Yeah.
I think I'm done addressing to that question. So
I'd
Thank you,
like to
Watan.
weigh in when
One
ready,
second.
after Vivian has
Okay,
said anything.
sure, Peter. Vivian and then Peter.
Thanks, Watan. So, yeah, I do see. I mean, I pulled up Google while you were speaking, so I'm catching up a bit. I was in Pakistan before for a development project, so I am. So the. Okay, so can I ask for clarification then? Because it's hard to believe that when you sanction a government, the sanctions will be so finely tuned that they don't hurt the people. Uh, right? This is, I think most international diplomacy, international experts know this well. And it's the people I'm most concerned about, right? Even though I'm not Pakistani, but and I'm not in Pakistan or anywhere near, but I am concerned because the people have been suffering and will continue to suffer. So I would like clarifications. Therefore, what sort of sanctions are you asking for? And also, are you also asking for sanctions against China because China recognized the Taliban? Is India calling for sanctions against China? To be fair, thank you.
I can add a little bit of
Can I,
context.
1 second, Peter?
Yeah,
I
go
want to
on,
just
Maya.
say, yeah, I think the sanction Pakistan is not a campaign run by Indians. It is called for by the Afghans who are here in this room, and this room is only supporting their campaign. So we need to be sure that the origin of the campaign isn't India. And I knew this question would arise. Just want to clarify. Peter, carry on, please. Thanks so much.
No, it's okay. As I say, I don't know. I say I won't talk, and then I did a lot of work on sanctions, Vivian. So I think your question is a very pertinent one. So when we look at sanctions, there's many different types, but the primary type that used to exist were just embargoes. The most obvious example is Cuba, which is still obviously in effect, and that is a full-blown prevention of most types of goods, services, any form of trade, and that has a catastrophic impact on the people of the country. As times have moved on, and international policy and economic statecraft has evolved and refined itself, sanctions have become much more targeted. They've become much more specific. And the problem is that in the old days, when you wanted to resolve an issue, you just send in a military. Those days are over because of, well, war is no longer, or at least the military type of warfare is not really the best way to deal with things. And so sanctions become the primary way that some countries try to, and it's all about, sanctions is all about influencing behavior. Trying to get a regime to change its behavior. So the sanctions against Iran, for example, are to get the Iranian regime to stop nuclearizing itself. But in the case of Pakistan, I think that what is being called here by in some cases is targeted financial sanctions. So targeted financial sanctions target the money flows, the transaction flows, the money hubs of the decision makers. So you can think about Duarte, the president of the Philippines. He was targeted, specifically him and his immediate network, because he was clamping down on freedom of speech a few years ago, and those were quite successful. They weren't completely successful, but they were successful in terms of when you judge a sanction, you have to judge by the goals that it is stated by. So what are the objectives of it and how close do we get to achieving those objectives? So a good example was Liberia in 2005. The goal was to stop them suppressing, I think it was freedom of speech, particularly among women. And I think it was the US led sanctions against Liberia to get them to stop this policy and approach, and it worked. They reversed course and reverted back to previous things. So that can be considered a success. Another successful case was the UN sanctions in 1995, 93 against Yugoslavia. That was to try and force Milosevic, who was the leader of Serbia, who was undertaking conflict against Bosnia and the Bosnian Serbs and a sub-ethnic group, to stop. And that resulted in the Daytona Accords of 95, which was basically their agreement that it was the end of the Yugoslav wars in 95. So those could be considered a success. In the case of, as I say, Pakistan, Afghanistan, what you'd want is some kind of very targeted, you'd have to do a lot of research to establish how Imran Khan, the people around him, himself, how he gets his money, how he stores his money, targeting the banks, targeting the companies that he maybe has interests in. This is what we see in Russia done often with Putin's inner circle. So that way you try and minimize the unintended consequences of sanctions on the people, which is obviously what we want here. We want the Pakistani elite or regime to be the ones that are targeted, not the people, because the people don't have this desire, as Watan rightly says. The Afghan people and the Pakistan people are not the issue. It's the regime that is supporting the Taliban in indirect or direct ways. So I hope that answers your question in a broader sense. And I'll yield the floor to people who maybe can talk about these hashtag in more specific detail.
Thanks, Pedro. Anybody else who would want to go ahead and follow with this last thought on the sanctions and the campaign? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I would like. Oh, who was before me? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think I just want to very briefly, 30 seconds.
Go ahead, Najee.
As Watan mentioned, and also I believe some other folks on the stage mentioned, obviously it's out of desperation. It's not something, Afghanistan currently, what's going on is actually obviously don't have the resources or the tools, sort of the enforcement tools to, enforce on the situation. As Pietro mentioned, obviously it's an international principle that most even major states enforce sanction. But given the fact that I mean, as Watan mentioned and others, obviously it's not. We definitely Afghan know, understand this, that the Pakistani civilian has nothing to do with this. But again, it will definitely affect their living livelihood if sanction could be imposed on them. But again, it's very much clear that Pakistan is a state with an army and an intelligence which is notorious and have their I mean, again, on a realist school of thought, they are doing what their national interest desires them to to do what. But again, there's a discussion of legitimate demands and national interests and versus illegitimate demands. What's going on in Afghanistan currently, like almost 12 or 11 provinces have been captured by the Taliban recently, is obviously it was a gradual process. It didn't happen all of a sudden within a merit of mere period of a week. If we follow the pattern, this pattern is almost of 2 decades. The duplicit policy of double face policy of most of the states, including, I just want to be very open on that, Pakistan, Iran, and some others. They did used a double card game. They sort of in the face they said that we are with you against the war and terror, but on the back scene they supported the insurgents group that have been fighting in Afghanistan for the past 2 decades. What since the room is about India's support, obviously I have to also flag this, that there were some news that even Indian government also sort of had open backdoor channel communication with the Taliban quite recently. This is something to be highlighted here. It definitely affected the morale of our forces, including the government. This fight that now we don't see in most of the provinces that have been are falling down without being even without any fighting or resistance, is all of a matter of moral that have really have been affected. The forces are not fighting, but again, let me just highlight here that there are some big picture game going on also that needs to be untangled. What the peace negotiation happened with the US government, between Taliban and US government. Most of those annexes, secret annexes, is not publicly accessible. We don't know what were negotiated, what the deal look like, and how the future situation will unfold. So I will just stop here. And again, out of desperation, Afghan civilians are calling, you know, they are just pulling the rope from anywhere in order to not get drowned in this situation. Thank you, Maya. Go ahead.
Thanks. I think Ayush wanted to say something. Ayush, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Maya ji. Yes, it was a long wait, but yeah, it was worth it to listen from the galaxy of intellect for those who are involved in the session. Look, Maya ji and everyone, if you are seeing something, and if you are seeing something which is very hazardous, you try to compare out with the numbers that you have, and especially just been following the Afghanistan issue from the very past and getting the real analytical thing that remains anonymous and that had to be represented to the people. You see, in a span of just 72 hours, majority and one of the major strategic provincial capitals have fallen to Taliban, which includes the like of Sharipal, Zarans, Ghazni, Kunduz, and even I was just and the number that have been coming that now Taliban captures almost a 65% of the land in Afghanistan at present. And even just listening to the United States of America agency where they said that even the capital of Afghanistan, that is Kabul, could fall into the Taliban hand, in just a span of 3 months. So that's a serious thing that we are getting. And even just the news that recently came, even Zaran, even Ghazni rather, which is just situated at the northern part from Kabul, which is just 150-kilometer presence, and that ultimately is a troublesome situation not only for the Afghanistan but India as well, because India has something to offer in Afghanistan, which investing in Afghanistan and in order to find the peace and to curb down the turbulence that has been happening in Afghanistan. Even mentioned that yes, we have been departing from Afghanistan as the deadline that has been set from 31st of August. Gonna the departure gonna happen, which gonna totally happen, and the total withdrawal gonna happen from 11th of September. We will continue providing the air support and effort to the Afghan army. Even he went to say that even the salaries would be paid by the United States of America to the Afghan forces, but they have to fight for themselves. They had to fight for their own country as well. He also said that we have trained 30,000 forces out there in the Afghanistan as well. But again, you see what's the turbulence that have been creating in Afghanistan, where the present executive, that is Mohammad Ghani, he even fled to Mazar-e-Sharif in order to just boost up the peoples and boost up the army, because the real threat that Afghanistan could face from the Taliban are the two major cities and the two major provinces of Mazar-e-Sharif and the capital of Afghanistan, Kabul. Look, when I sees India role, and that's the major crux of the topic, even about India stand with Afghanistan, I have to say that India's diplomacy has changed over the years. Earlier, we are neglecting to come and talk with the terrorist group because we had that certain rigidity that any group or any certain organization which provides a certain turbulence to us, or which are the major pivotal sources for our internet turbulence, we would never ever come and discuss with that. But you see what's been happening, as even the back news channels are been reporting that, and even you see the Indian representatives are coming and talking with Afghanistan, are talking with the Taliban leaders as well in order to find the issue. But one major analytical perspective that I want to find, and even that's the major question and $1 million question out there, that where India stands with Afghanistan. India had this ambitiousness to connect with the to Central Asia, and one of the routes that India had to follow is from the Chabahar port to Iran, which will ultimately goes to Zaranj in Iran itself, then to then to Zahedan, then to Zaran. Zaranj is in Afghanistan. But this Zaran has ultimately fallen into the hands of Taliban, and that's the troublesome situation because India had that ambitiousness to connect to Central Asia, and that, in my opinion, India had to be very pragmatic and India had to be practical of holding and maintaining its ties with Taliban as well, because we from a time long we are there to assist Russia, we are there to assist the disintegrated USA countries like of Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan. These countries have shown great interest in India, but one of the major hurdle that we are basically facing is the accessibility, and we have got this accessibility, but again, the loopholes that existed as Zaranj has fallen into the hands of Taliban. But again, India had to come out and we had to be very pragmatic. And given the chance of the UNSC presidency for the month of August, where India, in my opinion, was very strategic in discussing with the three major points, which also, the three major points are basically the counterterrorism and the maritime security and the peacekeeping. But Afghanistan would be the issue that needs to be raised. But again, a question that rises that India should come and indulge in Afghanistan. That's in my opinion needs intellectual dwelling, and that's need pragmatism at its peak as well, because you have to very pragmatic, because how one can forget that how what United States of America witnessed, as already Joe Biden mentioned, that they have invested $1 trillion, and the result and the real consequences that we get from the investment of $1 trillion was a departure, which the Taliban.
I'm gonna just
Yeah,
I'm just gonna,
definitely.
I'm sorry, I'm slipping in between because I am here just trying to figure out while we discuss this. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Well, no
I
issues,
am
man.
concerned. I'm concerned because I this room is just to kind of hear out the people who are not having access to social media, and I wanted everyone to find a safe place. So maybe we should talk about this, but probably right now, since evening, I don't think there is a little bit of fatigue setting in with people with information. So I would like you to
Exactly.
comment about something which that can bring us. You close your comment, but if you can just quickly say what you would want to say to Afghans in the sense of what India could do for them, or what is it that they would like. So maybe just a brief 30-second. Can
Yeah,
you do
for
that?
sure, for sure,
Thanks. Yeah.
Margie. Yeah, I would agree that this was the analytical thing that was needed. But yeah, this could again not be ignored. But yeah, just coming to the real fact that what India can do ultimately, moral support matters the most, and that moral support can be given by the voices of the Indians towards the Afghanistan. That doesn't mean that you will ultimately dwell your army into Afghanistan, but the moral support and that kind of a thing that yes, we are out there, we want that peace and prosperity must shine and must come back into the path of Afghanistan. That is our major agenda. And we had a philosophy what is called Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which describes that everyone in the country is a part of the family. So we stand with that, and backdrop support will always be there, Marji. That's all I have to say. Well,
Thanks,
thank you so
thanks
much.
a lot, Ayush. I actually, you said something which we have been listening for 3 days, where a Afghan lady, Dr. Rauf, reminds us that we are believers in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means that the world is one family, which is why we are here, and we want to hear our Afghan brothers and sisters. I would like Sohel Jan, can you
Can I
please
butt
go?
in my for if you don't mind for a
One second. No, no.
yeah, thank you.
Sohel Jan is waiting and he wanted to speak. Go ahead, Sohel Jan. We want to
Thank you.
hear you.
Thank you very much, and I'm very thankful to have been given this opportunity. By the way, to extend my humble regards to all of you guys who has some great sympathies for us, especially while we need these sympathies and positive feedbacks from our brother nation, India, our friend. We love, we respect, and during the stream of history, we stood shoulder to shoulder to each other. And I hope we will tackle all these issues. Thank you very much. I will direct come to the point, and we know that times are limited here. Dear friends, dear listeners, even yes, I will talk about the topic by the way, sanction on Pakistan. Yes, truly, Pakistan need to be sanctioned and truly sanctioned. In other part of the world, for the Taliban, and at the same time, Taliban is busy in the butchering of our people, our children, our ladies. And recently, maybe you guys have also heard about the influx of the migrants, the refugees who are coming from the north to the capital. That's tragic, that's shameful, and uh, that's not suitable for such a great so-called democracy, which USA is claiming to be. About the Pakistan, I'm very sorry, but I don't think that in the presence of America, if the America still claim to be a world superpower, they will never sanction Pakistan. I don't think that the world, the nation, by the way, the world village, they do not need any more solid proof than demise of Bin Laden, whatever it was, where he came out from. Afghanistan was invaded, this third world war. I consider this third world war after 9/11, by the way. The way the third world war began, Osama bin Laden was the reason. And where he came out from? From Pakistan. Why the world is blind? Why? I'm very sorry for talking like this, speaking in such manner. Why the world? Why the United States? Why the veto powers? Why they are blind? Why they are not acting? So it means that there is something behind the scenes. And secondly, if we come personally to Pakistan, sometimes they claim to be Muslims. As a Muslim, I'm confessing this, by the way. If we start after the Second World War, Muslims had three big global wars. 1956, from the late Hussein Shahid Sarwardi, Prime Minister of Pakistan, he stood against his own Muslim brother, Egypt. He stood with Israel, he stood with France and with United Kingdom of Great Britain. Although in the Pakistani passports, in the very first page, you will find that you're allowed to travel all over the world except Israel. But in 1956, they stood with Israel, with France, with UK against their own Muslim brother. We will come to 1991, Operation Desert Storm. Pakistan stood with America, with NATO, and bombed their own Muslim brothers in Kuwait and in Iraq. And finally, war on terrorism. As the Russian came, as a Muslim nation, we stood with the Pakistan, and we still remember a slogan, Jihad Afghanistan, defy Pakistan. It's a very common slogan in Pakistan. But when the American came, come on, you had nuclear weapon, so-called. I don't believe that they have this. I'm very sorry. I don't believe that Pakistan have such kind of things. But they stood against their own brothers, against these Taliban and Afghanistan nation with the Americans. Uh, dear friends, let's talk about Indians. I think, according to my own experience, because for a few years I was in the intelligence units of my different intelligence units of my country, I think that America and her allies, they want to drag India in this dirty war. Because at one side they're trying to tell India that if you do not stand with Afghans, and look, we stood for 20 years or more or less, and still we will provide them equipments, war equipments, and food, and rather the things which Afghans needed. But on the other side, they will tell India that, look, if you do not take if you do not learn from the history of Flight 814, December 1999, the airplane hijacked, and Afghanistan will be used as a fulcrum of terrorism against India and stuff. And like this, they would like to drag the Indians into this dirty game. But what I do believe that Modi ji and his security advisors, they're wise people. And let me remind you guys that India has two very big, enormous military bases in Tajikistan, our neighboring country, in Farhar and Aini. I think that maybe soon or late, no problem. Yes, we will, because
I'm hang on one second now. Sorry, I'm not gonna stand for that. So I moved him into
talk,
the
Miss
audience.
Maya.
Okay. Yeah, you can. I just wanted to say I moved him because that is not okay. So please continue. You can continue.
Go ahead, Sohail.
Maya. Thank you, and sorry for interruption from one of our compatriots.
Uh, Go ahead, please. Go ahead. This
I
is
think,
5 second entertainment.
yeah,
Continue, please.
yeah. Thank you. I think Farhar will be used against these terrorists in our northern provinces because, as we remember that, sorry, I forgot. This guy interrupted us. Few weeks back, few our soldiers they crossed the Amu River. Some people believes that they sought asylum or they seek refuge with the Tajikistanis, which that's false because we have a strategic friendship with the Indians, and there is a very big few big Indian bases there, and our soldiers went there and they stood with their Indian friends, and the Indians brought them back to Kabul. Maybe sooner or later this will be disclosed. But what is the point? The point is that America, soon or less, they would like to drag the feet of Indians into this dirty game. But as an Afghan and as someone who lived in this territory, I believe that it will be very good that the Indians use their Farhar and their Aini bases in the Tajikistan to provide fulcrum to our army and uh, and to our central government. Uh, I think that's all for now for me, and I would again would like to remind all of the friends that I don't think that the Americans and their allies will let the Pakistan to be sanctioned. I would remind you another truth, by the way, that the Modi ji did a very good diplomacy after the Pulwama, but we know that what the Chinese did because there is another power in the United Nations in the Security Council that's called veto power. Whatever wrong one country does, if some of his allies, friends, use their veto in their favor, then no one will talk about it. Thank you very much, Maya. I'm listening.
I'd
Thank you,
like
Sohel Jan. We have Alex wanting to go next. Alex, go ahead, please. And after that, Khyber. Khyber Jan, hold on for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much to everybody in this room. My fellow brothers and sisters from Afghanistan. I am Alex Kennedy from Iran, a proud Iranian and whose people is also suffering under this regime. I just want to let you know that the people of Iran support the people of Afghanistan. We support the brothers and sisters of India. We support the Jewish people. And I just want to let you know that this regime does not represent our people. This regime does not represent our history or our culture. Afghanistan is our cousins. They are our family. We have been supportive of Afghanistan way back when the Shah was in power, and this regime does not will not do anything. They are collapsing. I just want to say that I am so sorry. It is an embarrassment of this administration what they did in Afghanistan, and I just want to let you know that we are not forgetting what is going to happen. We are suffering the same as you guys are, but not to the same what the Taliban's doing. I just want to say that from the bottom of my heart, if anything you can get out of this room, ladies and gentlemen, it's the fact that unity is opportunity. We have to come together. It is so disgusting what I've seen, what the United States has done by pulling out at the worst minute and seeing women, seeing children being attacked. Um, I just want to say my prayers to the people of Afghanistan, the brothers and sisters. I love each and every one of you. And all of my Indian brothers and sisters, I love each and every one of you because as an Iranian, this regime does not represent, this regime has destroyed sovereignty. And now they're doing the same thing that they did to Iraq, that they did to Syria, that they did to Lebanon, that they did to the Emirates with Bahrain, that they did to Yemen, the children who are suffering because of this regime, and unfortunately now it's doing with the Taliban. This regime's financing it. So I just want to say that we are going to be free from this regime. It's Javid Shah, and we are going to support the people of Afghanistan. And as someone who, in the future, in a free Iran, I will be running for politics, and I will be running as someone who wants to speak out for the atrocities that this regime has done. And we will be having a beautiful constitution, and we're going to have a beautiful relationship with our neighbors, especially our cousins in Afghanistan and our lovely Indian brothers and sisters, as Maya is literally a sister of mine. My brother Deep is one of my best friends, and I have a lot of Afghan brothers and sisters who I, on Clubhouse, because of this platform, we have come together. And again, let me reiterate, unity is opportunity. I'm Alex Kennedy. I do the Iran rooms. Sister Maya comes and supports our community. So I'm here giving you an olive branch. I'm giving you my hand. To all my brothers and sisters who I just mentioned, I love you. The Iranian people love you. Zendibashi, we are behind you, and we're going to be free. Thank you so much. God bless you guys.
Alex,
I
thank you
think
so
you
much for the
skip.
fabulous words. Really, really encouraging for us. And I always listen to you. And there's Leila also who's here. I think she was here for a while. So we need to just hear more from you because that you have stories and uh, they're as painful as what I hear from Afghan brothers and sisters. COVID situation in Iran is beyond pathetic, and people are suffering. They are not being allowed to have vaccination, and it is catastrophic. And stand with you, Alex, my friend. After Alex, I know that Khyberjan wants to go. Please go ahead,
Then
Khyber.
you're skipping people.
Sorry, who
If
is
you
that?
go by the line, I think you're skipping people.
No, no, I'm just letting people speak. There is no pattern to it. If you want to go after Khyber, you can go. That's
Okay,
okay.
let him speak. I will speak after him.
Ozar, you want to come up?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. And somebody throw me to the audience for saying that you skip people.
That's okay. That's okay. Could be a
Okay.
mistake. Just go on, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a few points. And by the way, the people here, Alex and Deep from pro-Israeli group, they blocked me when I talked about Zionists. So keep in mind that too. They're not freedom group even in Clubhouse when you talk, criticize them. I've been in their group. They blocked me.
I'm gonna stop you here, please. You have to understand this room is
Okay,
a safe space. You need to speak about the topic that we have
about
at hand. Okay?
Afghanistan. About Afghanistan.
Please, yeah, please. Thank
Okay,
you so much.
here's the two questions we need to focus. First question, we have more Pashtuns live in Pakistan than the entire population of Afghanistan, approximately 40 millions. So the question is to my Pashtun brothers, what do you think those Pashtuns are they pro-Pakistanis or pro-Afghanistanis? So that's very important. We have to answer to that question. And I think the problem is the roots of the problem is from there. So we need to work with those Pashtuns. If they pro-Pakistanis, then it's gonna be very hard to fix this problem. And the second question is US more friendly with Pakistan or India? If US is pro-Pakistani, then it's even more hard and difficult to fix this problem. So, and another thing, we believe in some kind of international diplomacy and all kind of stuff. It doesn't exist, especially after the Cold War. Russia will do whatever they want to do. United States do whatever they want to do, and proxy wars divided in two pieces. So you have to be either with Russia, China, or with the United States. There is no international diplomacy, UN, and all those stuff. You have to be with one of the superpowers to solve your problems. Thank you.
Maya, would I have a chance to talk at all this
Uh,
evening?
yeah. I'm letting the Afghans do the talking
I, I'm
first.
I'm I'm
Yeah.
I'm a very hopeful and positive man, so I'll hang
No, no,
on.
no, no, no. That's not the case. See, we are not having an order because we would like our Afghan brothers to speak first, and that is how we have been following. It's their room actually. So bear with me. I know that you're probably tired waiting, but
No,
After Khyber, we can
I agree with you on
one
that
second,
finish.
point.
one
Yeah.
second, one
I
mic, please,
absolutely
one
agree
mic.
with you on that point.
Yeah,
Pointer high for
because
you.
yeah. Please just hold on. So I
Hello, my
think
friend.
Khyber gave his turn to Ozar. So Khyber, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me the platform to share my thoughts. First, I will come to this brother Uzair. Question number one, but he asked that the Pashtuns which are in Pakistan. So I think
if you see to what I learned from there, those Pashtuns are somehow brainwashed by the Pakistan schooling systems and their educational system. They don't know about their history and about their origination and about their from where their ancestors have been. So that's the point that they are forced to be and brainwashed to be more loyal to Pakistan. That's the point number one. Now I will come to my what I have comments on this sanction of Pakistan. I think the situation in Afghanistan, if we see to the recent news about the American intelligence report and the British Defense Chief Carter interview, I think it's a bit uncertain situation in Afghanistan, and it's due to the main reason we have to look upon the American and the Taliban deal. There is some we should re-examine that under the microscope. That there is something points that should be erased against this deal, and the current gaining of Taliban is a little bit linked with that. And second, the sanction strategy of US is a bit to be questioned, because the role and the sanction on Iran, by how they forced the human rights, how they don't obey human rights activities in Iran, and how they play a role in Middle East, is the same how Pakistan is playing in Afghanistan. And the sense and diplomacy of US is a bit things to be questioned. The second thing is that the silence diplomacy of China and Russia is a thing to be concerned, and uh, the avoidance of U.S. administration with the Pakistan is, I think, things to be under examine. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Hi. Sorry, there was a glitch.
Maya,
There
I
was a
just want
glitch.
to add a very brief thing to what Ozair mentioned, and also there was. I will be very brief, precise, 30 seconds. So
Go ahead.
one
Go
one
ahead.
thing one thing was about to be pragmatic. Obviously, the situation. I mean, at any time we need to be pragmatic. The Indian support, looking into the situation, definitely it's not feasible and nor desirable that there should be either Indians foot soldier on the ground. It's not feasible at all. But again, that's the pragmatism, which one of the Indian speaker mentioned on stage. And definitely the moral support that we have been getting from Indian government is really appreciable, and we would definitely need that going forward. Even the situation is really fragile. We have lost almost 11 to 12 provinces. But again, we have to also look into this scenario that this obviously we hear from the news media outlet, but even from the world leaders, that Kabul might not survive for next couple of days, which itself presses the current situation in favor of Taliban. So that needs to be look into very closely. The other thing, what Uzair mentioned, I hear them a couple of other times in other rooms, but we have to admit the fact that Afghanistan went through that process. What he actually mentions time and again, that either you be with the U.S. or with the Russian, or with the U.S. or currently with China. Afghanistan went through that process, but we were not prosperous. We went through, that was the reason that we allied with the Russians. Sort of, we were in a way we were buffered between the two blocks, and that's the primary situation that we are entangling, and still we are suffering. So obviously, looking into the international politics, it's not something new what he mentioned after the Cold War. It's been for centuries. You need to, especially after the Westphalian states sphere of rule and regulation, you need to ally with someone. And Afghanistan is not out of that equation. Afghanistan is supporting, is an ally of, still an ally of US, and also having partnership with certain countries. But the frustration is, at this moment, most of our allies is either neglecting us, and are not having the carrot and stick situation, pressing the individuals that are insurgent group, that they are taking power, power by force. That's not something that should have been done. This should have been in a very organic manner. This process takes time. The 5,000 prisoners that were forced to be released, that itself empowered, emboldened Taliban. You see now how fast they are getting, capturing provinces. You give them 5,000 forces all of a sudden. It itself empowers them. So how we can now, again, this what I'm pointing here is not only for the allies, even for our state, our leadership. They failed miserably. Why they released 5,000 forces, 5,000 prisoners, without tangible peace process? We didn't get anything from the Taliban. And yeah, I just wanted to highlight this here. I will not take more time. Go ahead.
Hi, Maya.
Yes.
May I add some
Please
comments
go
here?
ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. The عادل خدای hospital نامه. Some of the colleagues might know me. I've got a very different opinion. Uh, my opinion is based on the research I have done. And the research results I have always put in front of our Afghans, sadly, including this guy, Najib and Khaybar, has always been ridiculed. And they now see what is happening. I do not agree with the terms that Taliban took over. 3 years ago, I coined the statement that the Taliban would be divided into 5 sections. One of them would be empowered and they would be given the power to rule over certain provinces. And that scenario is based on the same experience that happened in Mosul and Ramadi in Iraq, which 100,000 armies, equipment, heavy weaponry, and $2 billion in cash were given to the Daesh.
I'm just going to break in here because I think this room is for the support of the people who are stuck in Afghanistan. And
Yes,
while we do that, we need to be sensitive that there are some kind of information you may not want to share on this platform, because at the end of it, it's a social media, and you would need to take care of the country's interests that you represent. Thank you very much. Please focus on
uh,
this room's title.
yes, our room title is about Afghanistan. So the Afghanistan scenario,
No. We want
that's what's
support
going
for the.
on here.
Yeah, but we want to support the people. We do not
Oh,
want
yes,
people.
obviously, if you want to support people, so whoever kills them, whoever destroy their lives, they should be, accountable.
So they are not in
And
this room. So, if they had
sorry,
been in this, they are not in this room. Nobody is killing them. I don't know who is this person. Thanks for getting this voice out. I don't want anyone to inflict pain on Afghan brothers and sisters. Please,
Excuse me, Maya. Maya,
please,
sorry to
yeah.
disturb you.
Sahil Jan, go ahead. The room is
Uh,
yours. Go ahead.
is it like a popcorn system or
Yes, it
PTR?
is popcorn.
Yeah,
It is popcorn. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I know that guy. He is not someone like you can say fishy. No, he is such a nice guy and really patriotic. So you shouldn't be like bothered
No,
by
I
him.
didn't put him down. I did not. Maybe somebody has. But if he is hurting sentiments, we got to be careful, because, like any other country, has different views. With this,
He's
no,
back up.
this
He's back
room
up.
is just make it safe
Thank you.
for people to
I'm
listen.
not making any, about any country. What I'm saying is this scenario that's popping up in Afghanistan and the Taliban have been given these provinces. It is done by Pentagon and CIA, and they are the owners of the war in Afghanistan. So all I'm trying to tell to the people that it's not the Taliban or Afghan government who are owners of the war. They are just the puppets being used, supported and financed. Both sides are financed by Pentagon. When I 3 years ago said the same thing, few months after 2 years and a half after my research, the ex-president Karzai, he came up and said the same thing. He mentioned that both sides of the war in Afghanistan are being financed and supported by America. This is his war. This is his code.
So I need to
And
interject here that the Taliban was created by the United States and not still being funded by them now. The CIA, the Pentagon are not involved with the Taliban now. That's a stretch too far. Um,
exactly,
but
at the
no,
moment,
but
this is what they're doing.
yeah, but not now.
Even
The Taliban.
now,
No, no,
the
no,
weaponry that are given to the Taliban, who give them the weaponry?
Okay,
no,
okay,
not
guys,
The
now.
heavy
guys,
weapons.
something.
Historically
I
speaking, I'm
think
going to
it's
let Deep
better to
take
listen to
Guys,
him.
over.
yeah,
Hang on a
yeah. I,
second.
I
Let's
have
have
to.
one
I have
mic
to
at a
interject.
time, please.
Yeah.
200,
Gentlemen, please.
250 districts, including 100,000 of weapons, tanks, artillery, 12 provinces, they all collapsed without shooting a fire, and those commanders have been ordered by CIA and Pentagon to surrender. So don't you think it's again still done by Pentagon and CIA?
No.
Okay, no, that's not accurate, and I
It's
don't
really
know.
funny because
No,
you
no,
guys
no.
are
No.
here
Look,
contradicting the
I don't know how many Americans
Okay,
Okay,
are
I
in
okay,
this
want
one
room,
second,
Deep
one
to
but
second.
comment.
you have to
I want
Let's
Deep
understand.
to respond.
Muhammad Ali, you have another 30 seconds. Finish your point and let next person can
I'd like
chime in
Deep
and
to
talk.
respond.
Okay? Yeah. Go ahead, Muhammad Ali. Hello. Is he there?
Manana, all I'm trying to say is this is an artificial war. For the past 18 years, Pentagon carried this artificial, illegal, and criminal war in Afghanistan under the project called DPG, which is designed by Khalilzad. They made $3 to $6 trillion from the arm usage and sales, and $3 to $6 trillion from the opium trade in Afghanistan. Opium trade was the main source supply and artery of the Taliban, and that's 2001, if you remember, Afghanistan was producing 0 tons of opium. After Pentagon invaded Afghanistan, NATO invaded Afghanistan, they took over Helmand, and they skyrocketed the opium production between 50,000 to 100,000 and give it to the Taliban. And they stopped every power in the world who wanted to destroy the opium production in Afghanistan. It was CIA who stopped the companies not to interfere into the sales of opium from the farmers. They were given to the Taliban, and Taliban took all those opium production to ISI, and then ISI sold them in the black market. CIA took them even, this is what the WikiLeaks says, in containers of the weapons, took them to the United States and the rest of the world, and brought cash and weapons, modern weapons, to the Taliban. And now, why they are giving these provinces to the Taliban, why they're giving them these weapons? Because it is the same way that in Mosul and Ramadi, the weapons were used in the war in Syria, and reigniting the war in that whole region. And Pentagon had to
Okay, I'm going to
re-interfere.
ask you to wrap it up, buddy, because you've had
I'm
more
wrapping
than
it up.
30 seconds.
The war,
No,
the
now.
Taliban is going
No,
to be, the
last
Taliban are
statement.
going to be 5 pieces. Afghanistan's people's mentality will be 5 pieces. One portion of Taliban would control the provinces. The rest, the second portion would come to the Kabul, who would be less different from the provincial capitals. The other would be like surrogate mother to Daesh or ISIS. The fourth would be forced into Daesh, and the fifth would be kept in southern occupied Afghanistan, Peshawar, and Quetta. And
You,
then Kabul Talib would tell.
thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Deep for a counter argument.
Yeah. Look, it's absolutely flabbergastic that you guys are allowing this misinformation to spread on here. There's been no country on earth that has done more for the people of Afghanistan in the last 20 years than the United States. I'm not just saying that as an American. I'm saying that as just a world citizen in general. You have to understand that this government in Afghanistan that's been established is in existence today only because of the U.S. I mean, the U.S. has been the country that has even allowed free and fair elections to even happen in Afghanistan to begin with, not to mention the amount of military aid and funding that we provide to the Afghan National Army, the amount of military aid that we still give despite our troop pullout. There's no country on earth that supports more the Afghan government and the Afghan National Army than the United States. And the United States foreign policy is very clear. We want a stable Afghanistan. We do not want the Taliban to rule any particular part of the country. Yes, maybe in the 90s and before that, when the Soviet Union were taking over Afghanistan, we did back insurgents to take over because we didn't want Soviet influence, and we didn't want the Soviet Union to spread communism and gain influence and power around the world. And it was a Cold War back in those days. But look, in the last 20 years, just looking at the amount of money, infrastructure, development, and even to this day, we do have firm commitments. We've actually supplied, I think, around 52 military Black Hawk helicopters to the Afghan National Army. We're the only country in the region that actually funds these airstrikes against the Taliban at this current point in time. And frankly speaking, if the war against the Taliban is to end, America has to be the front ally of the Afghan people even forward. And spreading this misinformation on here is absolutely disgusting, and it doesn't really help, garner American support, and it
I'm
doesn't
just
really help Afghan American relations.
hold
So
on for a second.
it's
Deep,
really
Okay,
disgusting.
Deep.
okay, thank you.
I'm just gonna say something here because I'm getting back channel messages and quite a few buzzing. So we have to go back to Afghans. Okay, this room is for Afghan brothers and sisters, and we know the position that Americans have had. We want to listen to that. We will continue to make a part two for this room. But Deep, I know you're a friend, and you'll let me do this. I'm just kind of cutting you, and I'm sorry I'm doing that, but I have to listen to Afghan brothers and sisters. We had been planning this day for them, this evening for them. I know Nasir Jan has been flashing his mic. I am again going to ask Keshav, hold on for your brother. After Nasir, Keshav speaks, and after that, Sayal, I was looking for you.
I don't mind hanging on Maya because this has been a very interesting discussion, and the emotional pouring that is happening over here is something
Absolutely.
amazing. That's
Yes, yes.
I wouldn't mind not speaking, but I would definitely be
Then
here
then
to
hold
listen to these
on.
good
Then hold
guys. Yeah,
on. Then hold on. Wait.
I
We
will
got
hold on. Yeah.
today's evening is just for Afghans, and we would want Nasir Jan to go ahead. And I think if Sayal Jan is here, please come up. Anybody, if they can find her, just ping her back because she wanted to speak. Call
Sahel
her
is
back.
already up.
What was
She's
her
up.
name?
I
I
don't
have a
see her.
short comment. Can I make a short comment and then go?
Uzar, you spoke.
No,
Let's
not
just.
talk. Just
Who was it you wanted
Okay,
to
go
bring?
ahead. Go ahead. Go.
yeah. My short comment is anybody who want to examine U.S. helping Taliban or not, go to the situation when they released 5,000 Taliban prisoners. That's all.
Okay,
May I
sure. Now,
speak, please?
okay, yeah,
I'm
Sayal,
sorry, my
yeah.
now
Go ahead.
I'm losing
After.
my patience on some of
Okay,
these
okay, the lady
comments.
goes first. Sal,
Yeah,
go ahead.
thank you so much.
Please.
Um, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I would um, say thanks for everyone for their patience. But please, my dear Afghan brothers, have some patience. This room is created for Afghans. Let's not lose the importance of that. Just a very short comment, and then I will straight come to the topic, which is more important than any political discussion here, because we know how the politics works. I have been listening about this 5,000 that U.S. has helped Taliban, and they released 5,000, and then somebody said that The Afghan government failed. Look, that they have released 5,000. Please don't be that superficial. This 5,000 Taliban were released for the cause of bringing peace, for the cause of to bring Taliban on negotiation table. The aim behind this was really positive. Either it was US or if we talk about the Afghan government, they did not want to empower or give a rebirth to Taliban, that right now some of the analysts make this point. Let's put it like this, that both US and Afghan government wanted a peaceful Afghanistan, and just to bring peace and bring the other counterparts to the negotiation table, they accepted this deal. But nobody knew that what the situation is going to happen, like the hypothesis
Everyone
we can put.
knew, only
Please
US
do
and
not
Afghan didn't
interrupt,
know.
please,
I
please,
think one
Everyone knew
mic
what's
at a
gonna
please,
time.
happen.
No.
please. See, when somebody is talking, either me or anyone in the panel, we are progressive people. We have to respect each other and don't run over each other's mic. Thank you. So please leave that. Now we are in more sensitive situation. Let's focus on that. As you can see, and why I joined the room was because of this hashtag sanction Pakistan and how India can help us. That is the moral support we get from India. I'm really thankful for that. I will just give a very short brief that what this hashtag has really ended up the actions that has been taken by Pakistan. They recently posted on their newspaper channels that Pakistan के खिलाफ 8 लाख tweets की गई है. It was from their Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. It was on 8th of August. And then on 9th of August, they released another press addressing all the social media influencers that this hashtag was run on 7th from 7th August, and how it is trending. Like this letter shows their concern and a kind of indirect message to all Pakistani that they should not take part on that. And today another brief report was released by Pakistani Ministry of Information and Broadcast anti-state trend. They named this hashtag as anti-state trend. And then just recently, Imran Khan had a brief setting, if anybody has heard that. And in the evening, there was another discussion of the Corps Commander meeting chairperson of Army Pak, Qamar Bajwa, and he actually talked about how to be defensive for this hashtag. So you can see that how this hashtag has really worked on their nerves. It's not something um, just useless. We need support on that, but we also need support, not only moral support, we also need practical support on that. If I'm not wrong, India and Pakistan had a trade with each other since 2017-18. It was for about 1.92 billion, and now 18-19 it reached to 2.7 billion. Some of the private companies are allowed to do trade of sugar and cotton. I can only request through this channel that if you can make our voice reach to the concerned people, that stop trading, at least make it less. This country is breeding terror. This country is breeding terrorist people, terrorist groups, and they are sending it to Afghanistan. Right now, is Afghanistan the place of experiment? The next part will be all the other bordering countries, all other neighboring countries. And you know that very well. Everybody is involved in this, everybody know the news, but how we can really practically use this hashtag, please focus on that. We know that the situation is really narrow. We know that we are really in a threat that we face it, not only emotionally but also physically. But don't forget that we are in war zone. When a country is in war, there is something to lose, but there is also something to gain. We have a functionable forces. They are really active. Yes, we are losing some of the provinces, but there is no news that the forces are getting and controlling that provinces again also. We have negative people within our system that does not want the system to run. And then if we hear from people who call themselves, sorry to say, analysis or whatsoever, and then they say like, this is the mistake of government, or this is the mistake of that, this is not the right time to do the blame game. The time is to how we can put more pressure on Pakistan. And this hashtag sanction Pakistan has really affected a lot, has really worked on their nerves. So please keep working on that till 14th August, when we will have the hashtag Black Day Pakistan. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thank you, Wajma.
Yeah,
Maya, I
that's
just
it.
want
Thank you,
to
dear.
That's
Thank you,
it.
Maya.
just I appreciate what Wajma Sahil mentioned, but again, uh, she mentioned, I know probably she was pointing either to me or maybe some other, but I'm just again mentioning being pragmatic. If we are being pragmatic, it means that we are not hiding stuff that are going on the ground. If you say that we shouldn't criticize at this stage against the criticize the government, that's sort of unfair and just. We know what's going on the ground. There are some culprits in the government, like the governor or senior official, that they are doing back deal. But who nominated them? Who appointed them? Did I or did you? It was the president himself. So again, this sanction is a soft tool that we will definitely enforce. But again, Afghanistan being a UN state member, we don't have the enforcement mechanism because we are not a veto member. Obviously, we need support of other allies, either our friends, including India, to enforce that. But again, it's an enforcement mechanism, and I fully support that. If you go to my social media pages, I have also tweeted that, and it's a very rational thing to do. If you're seeing a state sponsorship of terrorism, obviously a rational person will raise the voice. But again, if you're hiding things that don't say that, I think that's not rational. I'll stop here.
Uh, Dear Najib, I didn't mean you specifically, but what I mean that I have been listening most of the people here talking about 5,000 release of Taliban. Please don't forget that was a political
No, that was not
decision right now.
correct, Wajma. I think
Look,
maybe
please,
as a peace process
let's
analyst, you need to have your legitimacy. Obviously, what was the leverage of releasing 5,000 forces prisoner that you don't have even tangible progress? In order to if you are claiming that Taliban should have come to negotiation table just by releasing 5,000 nefarious that those forces, the Taliban that were captured in the 20 years, past 20 years, and all of a sudden you're releasing them. I think what was the reason for releasing them? If they want to negotiate, they could have come, and that could have been used down the line in the next 1 or 2 or 3 years, because the peace process obviously takes time. It's not going to happen in a period of month. But all of a sudden you release 5,000. That's the discussion that
Dear
you
Najib,
had.
I do not want to take this
It's a
conversation as a
dialogue.
ping pong, but yeah, it is a bit of dialogue, but I don't want to do that. Let's make it really short. This peace process was not all of a sudden. It started from 2018, and backstage there were so many other events happening to bring them on table. Let's put it like that. The 5,000 release of Taliban was not something of all of a sudden. Please, please, I request you. I'm not going against you or against what you have said. I totally respect what you said, but saying that what we got from that is really like firing on air. It was not like that. Both Afghan government and US government had the intention to release them, and this release was not all of a sudden. There was meeting, there was Loya Jirga in Afghanistan. The president and the whole a parliament had meetings and meetings and meetings to take the trust of the whole nation and ask them either they should release or not. And the aim behind this was to bring a sustainable peace in country. Yes, did not happen that. And why? That was not because merely because of the Afghan government, but also because of the will and intention of the counterpart, which is Taliban. They never wanted that from beginning. But yes, Afghan government and US and allies, they wanted that. And then to
reach there, they did what they could. Let's focus on this, that how we can really put
I
pressure
think
on this hashtag
I,
obviously
situation.
you don't need to go into the
I think
details. I
May
think
I add
I'm just
one
gonna
just comment?
one
Then I'm
second, one
leaving.
second.
Just one comment.
Just 1 second, 1 second,
Yeah.
1 second. All the mics are quiet. We have had Nasir Jan waiting for a long time. I think he has to say something. Once he has spoken, we'll take it up later, okay? Because he's been waiting for too
Maya,
long.
I've got a very short comment, and then I'm leaving because the
I
short
know.
comment
I
is
have.
to the attention of this Sahel and Najib. The northern provinces, they
Why
had
should he be allowed to
local
speak out of
militias.
turn?
These local militias, they wanted to fight the Taliban, and they were stopped from fighting by very insisting comments and telephones of Khalilzad. And the army was forced not to fight by Pentagon and CIA. And these are the facts. All of you are going to one day accept it and come forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Muhammad Ali Jan. You have Nasir waiting. Nasir Bhai, please go ahead.
Thank you, Maya. I'll briefly comment on what Deep said, and then I'll go to the topic. Uh, we appreciate, Deep, that the US has helped us immensely, and there's a big list of their assistance, and we cannot forget that. However, if I ask you a question, that I agree that the US is not directly supporting the Taliban at this moment in time. However, the US is well aware where the Taliban's hideouts are, where their headquarters are, where Quetta Shura is, where their base, where their leaders are. They're well aware of that. So they know where the Taliban's roots are. So if they genuinely and sincerely want to fight Taliban, would they not put pressure on Pakistan? Is America too weak vis-a-vis Pakistan to impose sanction? If President Biden today calls Imran Khan to stop supporting Taliban, do you think that Imran Khan will not do that if they put the condition that otherwise they threaten to put them in blacklist or to sanction them like they did Iran? So I think they can do things to stop Taliban, but they are not doing it. It's a different story. So that you can answer this later. And coming to the topic, sanction Pakistan, I believe that this is not a moral obligation of the neighboring countries or the world to just have mercy and show mercy or sympathy for Afghans and sanction Pakistan. This is an obligation because this Pakistan is a human bomb making factory, in fact an invisible human bomb making factory, and the world is a global village, and this shop is producing these bombs. We don't need a lot of sophisticated reasonings and debates to come to this conclusion that this shop needs to be stopped. Why is North Korea under sanctions? Because they're the bad people. So Pakistan is clearly producing human bombs, and it's not good for Afghanistan, not good for India, not good for anyone. So everybody's got to join us in this joint effort, and otherwise these flames that what we are suffering, our sufferings, and this is going to be extended to the region and to the world. So we are not asking for mercy, we are not begging for mercy, but this is a serious threat to the world, especially in the region, especially to India. And India has always been our friend, and it has stood by us throughout the history. But they can do more. I believe that we haven't seen a single demonstration, like sort of a mass demonstration in India supporting the Afghans. And I've heard from some politicians in last night. In fact, I was talking to some. They said we have our limits and we cannot do everything. But this is a democratic right. We can join. You can join us. I mean, you have a big population. You can utilize that to help us. Otherwise, these flames are going to take over to India as well. They have it in mind. It's the Ghazwatul Hind. It's in their textbooks. And Afghanistan is, we are fighting the world's war. We are the front line for a global war on terror, basically. And it's the front line. Everybody's got to chip in. Afghanistan is not in a civil war. Let's make it clear. So we are not asking for favors. And also regarding to what Deep said, Deep, my friend, in international politics, people don't do favors. America came to Afghanistan; it had its own interests, and neither did Afghanistan do a favor on them. Obviously, when there was mutual interest. So yes, I would like to wrap it up there. So
I'd just like to weigh in quickly. Thank you, Nasir. You always, I think, you make some good points, and you always speak very eloquently in how you articulate those points. So thank you for that. I just read an update on the news, which I think is an important one to share. Yeah, Adeep, you can come in after me. Which is that the US is sending in some additional troops to help draw down their embassy because they are concerned by the rate at which Afghanistan is going. This is literally something I've read in the past 10 minutes. And I think it kind of goes to what Nasir is saying, which is that, you know, the US is trying to prioritize its own interests, which includes protecting its own embassy staff. So I think that is the dirty aspect of geopolitics, that, you know, self-interests, realpolitik, as we call it, do often come to the forefront. And the idea of liberal interventionism, as good intended as it might be or not, it is quite a flawed thing, and has shown that, you know, getting involved, interfering in other countries doesn't always bode that well. There have been successful cases, there have been unsuccessful cases, unfortunately. And I just wanted to share that in my club, which is in my profile picture, we are having a discussion tomorrow on Pakistan, and a discussion on India on Saturday, because it is obviously the 74th anniversary, and I would welcome everybody here, particularly our Afghan friends here, to come and listen and to come and share your perspectives on both sides of that sensitive relationship that the two countries have, because unfortunately Afghanistan is one of the countries that is suffering from you know, many countries' interventions, and I think India's strong relationship with Afghanistan and Pakistan's complicated relationship with Afghanistan is something that we will definitely be touching upon in those two rooms, which you can find it in my club there. But that's just a soft plug, and of course you are all welcome. I'm just going to give over to Deep, who I think wanted to share something briefly, and then come back to Maya.
Yeah, look, you know, I don't want to kind of make this a topic about America, and you know, because that's not the topic at hand. It's about India, and you know, we should stick to that topic. I will tell you, and I've said this time and time again, and there has been no country on earth that has done more for the Afghan people in the last 20 years than America. You know, we have established a very stable democracy in the region, be it it's being threatened by the Taliban. And as far as what you said about American foreign interests and pulling out its embassy, I mean, you know, we have civilians who are there, who are working in our embassies, just like India pulled out its people. The security situation is not safe, it's not stable, and I think it's the international community's responsibility, instead of pointing fingers at one country or taking stabs at another country, to reestablish the security situation in Afghanistan. I think everybody here has the same interests in hand. We all want peaceful, stable Afghanistan. None of us want war, and we want a civilian government that is established under the rule of the people, and that's essentially what you know, we have committed to. And as far as what America has done and continues to do, I mean, we continue to send our fighter jets. We have B-52s that are deployed, actively bombing, you know, Taliban installments, and we'll continue to do so. As far as our relationship with Pakistan is concerned, I agree. I think, you know, at the end of the day, Osama bin Laden was found in Pakistan. He wasn't found in Afghanistan. He was found in Pakistan. Our initial war on terrorism, the objectives of the war on terrorism was to end Al Qaeda and their sphere of influence after they attacked our Twin Towers in 9/11. So, I agree that American foreign policy has to change under Pakistan. The way that we handle Pakistan has not been appropriate, and I think that that has to change. It changed under the Trump administration. Unfortunately, the Biden administration's not as hawkish or aggressive towards Pakistan, and we're seeing the repercussions of that in the region today. So I actively encourage, if there's any Americans on here, to lobby, some of the politicians in Washington to pressure our policy on Pakistan, because I hate to say it, but America has been one of the biggest donors to Pakistan in recent times, and we've seen the effects of that in the country. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Thanks, Deep. Okay, I want to
Thank
pass
you
it
so
back to
much, Deep,
the.
for such insightful information and also motivation. Yes, we really need that. Thank you.
Thanks, Saya. I do want to turn it back over to Maya so that we keep it on the topic of the room, and for our Afghan friends to be able to share their stories and focuses. But Maya, over.
Yeah, thanks. I was watching here, and we have new speakers. Uh, Ajmer Jan, are you there? You were flashing your mic a little earlier, little while ago.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So I
Maya,
think
before it's a bit too late for me to walk out of the room. May
okay.
I share my 2 bits and get out
Please,
of?
please, Ajmer Jan. I think
I'm
he's been waiting for a couple of hours now. Let him go ahead, and then you can carry on.
No, no, it's
okay.
okay.
Thank
It's
you
okay.
so much.
Keshav,
Thank you.
Keshav is
Go
elder
ahead,
than me. You
Keshav.
talk.
Keshav ji, boliye.
Yeah, yeah. Keshav, you can talk. You're elder than me. I respect you.
The Afghans get the preferential say. It is their room. But well, I would just say 2 things about this one. I have been following this one out of curiosity and out of concern and a bit of puzzling ways of the Americans. As I put it in another room, they are like that rich boy who owns the ball, who got bored of the game and just picked up the ball and walked off, and that's it. That's how I look at it at this moment. What the Americans are doing. Number one. Number two. This hashtag definitely has uh, rattled people. As I see a lot of talk, a lot of tweets about sanction Pakistan, but what about the Pakistani people? This is this has become the new kind of a trending that is being tried to establish over here. Not only in this room, I've been seeing these kind of a tweets, this kind of a talk on the social media everywhere. So it means that this hashtag has affected. And as somebody was talking about the moral support, but for the bulk of tweets that came out from India with hashtag, this hashtag would not have trended. This hashtag didn't trend because of a few Afghans or few people other than who have access to Wi-Fi, who have access to uh, Twitter. This hashtag would not have trended so much all throughout. So bulk of the tweets under this hashtag have come out of India. Number one. Number two, the hashtag has rattled these people to an extent where they are coming out with this counter talk of no, if you sanction Pakistan, what about the people of Pakistan? Well, did anyone talk of the people of Iran, with the people of Cuba? As my friend Potter here mentioned, so many sanctions that were. We had a good interaction yesterday evening, Potter and me in uh, Minaz's room. So I continue from that point where I left it over there, because these sanctions are always against countries, and people are part of the countries. How many Pakistanis have really come out in support of the Afghans and try to create? You have so many rallies that happen in Pakistan. Pakistan still is in a sort of a no man's zone in terms of democracy, but still, where do you see a mass support to this hashtag from the Pakistanis? There is zilch. There is no support. So then why are we talking of Pakistani people over here? Did we talk of Pakistan, the Iranian people, or the other people whose countries were sanctioned? No, we don't talk of them. But Why is this bogey being created about what happens to the Pakistani people? What is happening to the Afghan people? Who is going to talk about the Afghan people who are suffering for the last 20 years? And suddenly we are very, very, very concerned about what is happening to the what would happen to the Pakistani people if sanctions come up. So be it. Let them rebel. Let them stand against their government, which is doing this nonsense. But these are, and I don't understand. I don't want to fall into this factional talk that is happening between the Afghans over here. It's a bit sad to listen to all this, but this I tell my Afghan brothers and sisters, this is not the time. Either decide whether you are with the government or whether you are with the Taliban. All of you put together over here. My sincere request to all the Afghans out in this room is kindly decide. Either you are with the government, as Bush famously said it, you are either with us or you are without us, whatever was that statement. So you make up your mind which the factionalism is part of democracy, and if you want to have a democratic system, you want to have a democracy in your country, bury those factionalisms at this moment and go with the government that at present is a legitimate government, or decide no, I'm not part of the government, I'm with the part of Taliban. So be it. Take a decision, take your call and be there. God bless you. The Indians are there with you, and there are Indians right there. I had a opportunity to talk to a couple of reporters who are in Afghanistan, and they say the kind of love that they get from the Afghan people over there is fantastic. Many of this, a young guy who is there now, I don't want to take names out over here. He said, "Sir, हम यहाँ पे हैं बस ये लोगों के प्यार की वजह से हैं, दिल दिल छू लेते हैं लोग." That was the word that he used. So that is the kind of support that the Indian people are giving, and what the government is doing. It has to be pragmatic, it has to be practical, it has to weigh down things in a very practical way. India has gone through the IPKF era, and India has seen what the Americans have gone through with all their various uh, what should I say, the wars that they have fought all over the world, and where they have come and how they have ended all those wars. It has always been the way it has ended in Afghanistan. All the previous wars that America fought has always ended the way this Afghan war is also ending. Thank you so much, Maya, for giving me the mic. And
Thanks, Kesar ji.
good I remembered so much of what I wanted to talk.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I would like Ajmer Jan to go, and after that it has to be Najib Jan. Ajmer Jan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Maya. First of all, I want to make it short. I thank from my Indian friends, which they stand with us. And second, let me tell you the root of the problem of all these things. I'm not a political analyst, not a Pakistan, or should put pressure on Pakistan to destroy all the madrasas where the Talibs are producing. This is the only solution. War is not the solution, because it's been 20 years that we are fighting with the Taliban. Nothing happens. We killed 200 of them. After one day, 1,000 come from Pakistan. All Pakistanis, all. So I just want to make it short. Indians, my fellow Indians, please stand with us. Please make the awareness of sanctioned Pakistan to the world, and that is the only solution for this. Thank you so much. Sanction Pakistan. Thank
Thanks for your words. I think Najib Jan wants to go after you.
Yeah,
And
I have a very brief comment. I'm not gonna speak more. I will allow everyone to speak. Just briefly clarifying, most of us that on stage, we are standing, beside our government. Obviously, it's very loud and clear. You do hear some trolls coming here, you know, sharing some thought. But again, it's a personal opinion. But majority of Afghan, we are standing beside Afghan government. It's a democratic process. When you are, as an independent individual, you have your opinion. You are, red flagging something that's going on. It's a very natural process and democratic process. There should be, some whistleblowers in any government, in any state. Hey, this is not going well. What happened in India, like for example, Awam Party, that they stood, it was an individual that he raised, a violence, and that erupted to a full-fledged party and at the ultimately. So obviously we are in war. Most of the democratic process, takes a lot of time, but Afghanistan, unfortunately, didn't went through a very good organic process that we should have, you should have been, uh, get used utilize that, to say, just to Dexit question remark about most of the comments or tweets came from India. Let's be very cautious on that. I know, in this room itself is Indian standing with Afghanistan. We really admire that, but again, the tweets are not even in billions. If it was, we do, I don't mean that Indian didn't tweet it, but again, this is something from Afghans that have we are, raising our voice, and we need support. But seeing the population of India, it's one over billions. If it was completely from India, that what you mentioned, it would have been now roughly 300 million tweets. The trends would have been spontaneously have been increased to that extent. And this is bringing me to recent what Wajma mentioned. uh, Imran Khan actually raised this. I just watched his comment. Uh, he said something very notorious, very bad, and said that most of the tweets are coming, initiated from India. They are giving that sort of concept to Afghans to do that. But again, so this reciprocate his point what you are raising. So let's be cautious on that. We haven't
Najib, my
we
dear
haven't
friend,
reached to
please, you can abuse me
Let
openly.
Najib
No, you
Jan,
can abuse me openly, but
Keshav ji,
but
Keshav
don't
ji, one
compare me
second.
with Imran Khan. But don't bring me on the same platform as Imran Khan. Please, you can
so
Hold
so
on, hold
say
on,
again,
hold
anything,
on.
what I mentioned is you are reiterating his point actually. So this is, we need to be very cautious on that.
no,
Can
Najib,
I go
May
next?
I?
One sec.
no, because Maya, I'm sorry, because he has addressed what I said. I would like to
Yeah, yeah,
clarify over
yeah,
here.
yeah. Please do.
Yeah,
You have your
please.
30
But I've been
seconds.
waiting for 1 hour to comment, and Keshav has commented several times in the interim.
Vivian, 1 second. I know you have, but you haven't expressed either. So,
I have.
unless yeah, you did not tell me you want to go. I'm telling you, this room is not going to follow an order. I have broken my own rules because I see so much emotional upsurge. I cannot ask anyone to wait. So I have done this for the sake of our brothers who are on the other side. Please be patient if you want to listen. You're welcome to continue to wait because we have everyone who is overwhelmed today. So calm down. Okay, केशव जी आपके पास 30 सेकेंड है 30 seconds with Najib Jan. उसके बाद we will come to we have Sahil Jan waiting. Okay, and after that
Okay.
Vivian. So after Keshav ji, then we have Vivian, we have Sahil Jan, and then Vivian. Vivian, thanks for waiting.
Thank you, Maya. Najib, two things over here. Nobody is doing a meherbani on anybody by trying to trend a hashtag. Okay, if Indians have been tweeting, it is out of their own will, and if they're not tweeting, it is out of their own will. But yes, there has been a substantial promotion that has happened. If you can go down to my timeline and check out how many tweets I have made, including the one which I had where I had a big argument with a British lady about trying to mollycoddling Pakistan by saying this
Keshavji,
statement.
Keshavji, you
Yeah,
have only 30 seconds. I wanted to speak to Najib
yeah.
Jan, yeah, and
Yeah,
आपके
Najib,
लिए फिर
I'm talking to Najib, and Najib. So I'm not saying that we are doing any favor or trying to be something, but it is coming out of the hearts of the tweeters of India. It is nothing to do with how many people should do and how many not do. It is a democratic country. Anybody can do, anybody cannot do. So I just leave it at that.
thank you so much.
I
Seljan, please
just,
go
I
ahead.
just, I just want to take one point of Keshavji. Uh,
Khyber.
just,
No, no,
just
no,
a
no.
second.
Hold on. Let me, please, because I can understand. Both ladies are in queue. After them, you. Is that fine with you? Both the ladies
Yeah,
are
just,
waiting. Let
yeah,
them.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
thanks so
okay.
much.
Ladies first.
Thanks for being kind. Yes, yes. Please, thank you. Please go ahead, Seljan. After that, Vivian.
Yes, thank you so much. I just want to give a very short information on tweeting or on this hashtag. Since yesterday, it has been almost just only I'm talking about Facebook. It has been 76,000. This hashtag has been repeated in Twitter and in what is that another app that we have there?
Instagram.
TikTok. On TikTok, it has been 1.3 million, and then later on, when I checked, it was 1.5 million. And what Najib has said that Pakistan government was blaming that lots of the tweets are coming from India. The own Pakistani politicians who stand with Afghan and who stands against this bloodshed have tweeted, and I'm reading that in Urdu, that फवाद चौधरी को ये बता सकते हैं कि ट्रेंड इसराइल और भारत से चलाई जाती है, मगर ये नहीं बता सकते कि दहशतगर्द एहसानुल्लाह एहसान को किसने फरार करवाया था. So what he mean, if you can say, if you can go and you can just pin up this, that where these tweets are coming, and then you just deny where the terrorist groups are, where the shooters are, and you cannot like pinpoint that, then it means you are hypocrites. They are paranoid. And this paranoid behavior of them has been seen today in Imran Khan's press conference. He talked for more than 33 minutes, and that 33 minutes, he only was saying, he became the spokesperson of Taliban. He only said that, yeah, we do not go with this the current government because until Ashraf Ghani is there on position, we are not going to talk to the current government anymore. We are not going to be a part of this peace process. We are not going to influence Taliban anymore. What does that signals? It is the pressure of these tweets. And if it's coming from India, Israel, Bangladesh, whoever, we don't care. We want people to think beyond religion and to think for the humanity. And every human being has the right to raise their voice against this bloodshed. And Pakistan is a terrorist breeder. Nobody can deny that. Yeah, they can deny that, obviously. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Seljan. We have Vivian, and after Vivian, I think it should be Khyber.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. I have just want to comment on
After Vivian,
Keshav.
after Vivian. Vivian, are you there?
Okay, okay. Sorry, I thought she.
No, no, after Vivian.
Yeah,
Vivian, go
I'm
ahead.
here. Thanks. So I think over the past hour, or so, we heard from, rightly so, from Najib and Sayil, and I think, what the rest of the night? Well, from our Afghan friends, right? On this, and I've also had a chance to look at one of my friends' social media posts, Abdul Ghaffar Nazari. I don't know whether you guys know him. He's sort of in the civil society sector in Afghanistan, one of the recognized leaders globally. So I see the sanctioned Pakistan tag on his post as well. So this is a good. So first of all, I can understand that it's heartbreaking that your country is being torn apart, and obviously faces all this challenge. So my sympathies. Um, And obviously, this is a great learning experience. So thank you. For our India friends, just so I said just now that I care a lot about the Pakistani people, which I do. Which is why it makes me very anxious to spend more than 1 hour in this room, because they will probably be very heartbroken to see the title of the room that I'm in. And some of my friends and followers have followed me in here as well over the past hour plus. uh for those from India who have been on Clubhouse over the past few months, you probably know that I was a core part of the India COVID efforts to educate and to fundraise for you all. Okay, so I have friends in India, and whom I care about, and I care about the country, and I also care about Pakistan, which may be a difficult thing to balance, but I do, because I see a lot of messages in my inbox. So I just wanted to address them all. I'm not going to address all messages one by one. Let's see. And third, I think the discussion here uh, has been very helpful. Has been perhaps more. Some have been more emotional than I would prefer, but I think given the topic, that's understandable. uh the uh if people have recommendations for the panel that I mentioned just now, that Asia Society will host a discussion on Afghanistan to help get the rest of us up to speed, and I guess perhaps hear from the Afghans and their friends who have some expertise, not just those using this as a platform to practice their public speaking, because I think that happened just now.
Vivian, I'm gonna just ask you to, I know you're really well-meaning, and I
Yeah,
understand, but
I'm wrapping up. I'm wrapping
no,
up.
I'm just gonna remind you that none of the speakers over here are practicing their public speaking, and I'm saying this with full responsibility that how much ever you try to empathize, it's not enough, because the war is inside their home, and even if we say we know, we cannot even say, like 5% or 3% of what, we can't. So I would
Correct,
like you to
correct.
be
Because
kind,
we're not
because
in the same
because
situation.
I know, listen to me, okay, listen to me. This is, I have invited people over here after listening to them, and this room is their room. So if I'm going to hear that a war is going to be okay, it's a suffering, I'm going to stop you here, because if you have to say something, make it in 30 seconds. I know you're a kind person, but today is a little different day, and maybe you might not be coming across kind enough, but you are sounding unkind to the people who are here. So please be kind. I have stopped my Indian friends, and I'm going to stop you, because we might mean well, but we are not sounding. Today is a difficult day. Be kind.
Which part was unkind?
No, you said that public speaking practice, which is not what we want to hear on this forum, because none of these speakers are here to practice public speaking. Thank you so much.
I've
Um.
fallen in love with Vivian and I'm going to follow her now.
Uh.
I think, Keshavji, please let the course of this room be fixed on Afghans and their concerns and the war that they are into. Thank you so much.
My
Please
Yeah.
go ahead,
apologies. My
Vivian. Close in
apologies.
30 seconds. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
So as I was wrapping up, I stand by what I say. But as I was wrapping up, so we will have some of the Afghanistan leaders, including Abdul Ghaffar Nazari, and I think someone from the Afghanistan Human Rights Commission, and maybe from the former USAID mission director, to give a different perspective. So if you guys have recommendations, uh, uh, who can add to this panel on August 28th, let me know. You can access the event from the Asia Society Club link on my bio. Okay,
May
Thank
I
thank you
you,
say
very much.
Vivian.
something, Maya? Thanks,
Thank
Uh,
you.
Juan.
my
Since
my
Vivian
final thought.
asked for a recommendation, Miss Vivian, thank you so much for your concern. I would recommend that please, through your platform, spread the word that there shouldn't be a selective activism and selective human rights activism is not even an activism. Afghanistan does not want sympathy, but yes, they want people who are genuinely feeling their pain. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Saraljan, thanks. I think we have next waiting here is after, why Vivian was Khyber. After Khyber, this is Madan. So the order is this, that Khyber and then Madan and Payal. After Madan, it's Payal. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Maya. I have spoken already, but I will just comment on Keshav. One uh, quote he said that the Afghan people should decide whether they are which side. I think the Afghan people have decided, and they are giving sacrifices. Our troops, our innocent people, they have decided they want to be in democratic government. They want to be how the Indians are living. They want to be how the U.S. people are living and these neighboring countries are living. I think it's the time the world should decide that whether they want to be with Afghan government or with Taliban.
Can I speak?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. I'll make it very brief. See, I've been in such rooms for the last 10 days or so. I have seen Mr. Babur, Mr. Najib, and others. It's really frustrating that even after 10 days of being in such rooms, there is no action being taken at the international level to stop this. I mean, it's really frustrating. I mean, it's frustrating and it's really scary, frightening, because I mean, there are many people here on Clubhouse who come and spread the whole thing thin, spreading the butter thing, as they say, by just indulging in diplomatic rhetoric. I think it's all, for me, it's total BS. I hate to say this. I mean, nothing is being done at the ground level. Like, why, what stops the US from putting sanctions on Pakistan? Or at least to one phone call. Hey, dude, Imran, dude, stop this nonsense or we'll bomb the shit out of you. I know I'm trying to be very facetious here, maybe, but diplomatic nonsense will not help now. Now it is just like, hey, stop this, or we'll just send you back to wherever you came from. End of story. Why is it not happening? And for those who are not Afghans, either we empathize with them and take understand their emotions, and then or keep quiet, right? I mean, there's no point in any of us lecturing them or trying to dilute what they are going through, because it happened to people in India. 2008 November, I have American friends who tell me India claims Pakistan was responsible for this. For really, Kashmiri pundits, India claims Pakistan trained militants. Claims. That's how they spread the whole thing thin and dilute the actual perpetration and the perpetrator. We cannot let that happen again. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I realize that fact is something which we have to live with, I guess, because every time an agency investigates and you hand over dossiers, they change the grammar and send it back to us. Jamie, I see you before Payal. So Payal ji, aapke pehle Jamie. Jamie, go ahead, and after that Payal, and then we have Kandari. Please, I would like you to speak. So we have the
Yeah.
order: Jamie, Payal, and then Kandari.
Yeah. Hi. Hello. So I joined the room right as you started. I appreciate the dialogue and the discussion. I think I'm trying to understand the situation a lot more. Just to share with the room briefly, I went to Afghanistan in 2012. My father was working on a project with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, partnering with the Afghan Department or Afghan Ministry of Agriculture. So it was just a very interesting visit. I enjoyed it very much. I've never eaten such good food and tried seen such amazing produce. Um, so having said that, I really do hope one day in the future that I can visit Afghanistan again and travel freely, because I do have an interest in seeing the country. And but my question is to kind of just understand the current situation that's happening, and I don't really. So my question is really to the room, and I'm not so interested in the history of, like, 50 years ago, 20 years ago, but just leading up to today. It just doesn't make sense to me that Pakistan would be, like, I don't fully understand the support for the Taliban that the Pakistan government provides, other than it being some kind of proxy war with India or some, because didn't the Taliban or or factions of the Taliban or people affiliated with them also commit acts of terrorism within Pakistan? It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, wouldn't Pakistan be better off if the Taliban didn't come into power in Afghanistan? I just don't understand the reasoning. And in order to support like a sanction against Pakistan, I think I'd need to better understand like the role like of I just don't get it. So if somebody could explain that to me, I'd appreciate
Jimmy, may I answer very short?
Go ahead.
And then Madan, you can answer, or whoever would like to. Yeah,
Sahil, go ahead.
yeah.
Madan, let Sahil do it. Yeah.
Jimmy, I'm really glad that you don't want to know the history, because I'm also the same. I don't want to go to the history. So currently in Pakistan, there are three shuras functioning. The shura actually started from a school. Now I have to give you a bit of history. 1989, the person is called Samiul Haq. He was known the father of Taliban, and he established a school, a madrasa in Pakistan. His first student was Mullah Omar and Maulai Hebatullah. So later on, and then he was sent to Afghanistan for all this war with the U.S. ally to kill or to take out Soviet and whatever the history. But right now, the very fresh thing that and why we are saying sanction is that three shuras are actively working in Pakistan. The first shura is Rahbari Shura. It is in Quetta, the Taliban's highest advisory and decision-making council, up to 26 members. The second shura is Peshawar Shura, an advisory council in northwest Pakistan with ties to Haqqani network. And the third shura is Miran Shah Shura, an advisory council in North Waziristan with ties to the Haqqani network. That right now, due to this Miran Shah Shura, the PTM started to do their activism. So Pakistan is not closing these three shuras. It means they are breeding terrorists. They are sending their terrorists to kill Afghan, to rape Afghan women, to take Afghan women as sex slaves. And that's why we are demanding the sanction in very short and brief way. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Sorry to interject, but I don't think you really answered the question. You gave a very good explanation, but you didn't explain why the Pakistani government would
Jamie,
be
I can come in.
supporting the.
Yeah,
That's the
Sahel,
one
he's
question I
asking
really
for the
have.
motive.
Can I answer, please? Can I answer him, please?
Yeah, can you just go after let me just quickly go over this if anyone else doesn't mind. Thank you for the question, Jamie. And it is that conundrum that is actually taken advantage of by various Pakistani policy persons in Washington. So very quickly, there's three parts to the Afghan problem. One is if the U.S. government had, I'm not going to the history, but to quickly understand this, if look at it this way, if the U.S. government had executed every single military operation with absolute perfection in the past 20 years, and if the Afghans had organized absolutely perfectly without any corruption, they would still leave the question of the Taliban sanctuaries within Pakistani borders. And that part alone would be sufficient enough to drag the conflict out in perpetuity. Now, your question is as to why. That's a great question. And that has to do with how the Pakistani military looks at the world. Why the Pakistani military? It's because that is the only entity that decides the foreign policy and the strategic outlook of Pakistan. The way the Pakistani military has always viewed Afghanistan is that a stable Afghanistan, with one which gravitates towards Tehran, India, or other any of such countries, is something which is outside their sphere of influence. As a result, it's counter to their view of their national security. Whereas a destabilized Afghanistan, one in which Taliban has a huge role, is basically indebted to the Pakistanis. That, I mean, it basically expands their concept of national security. It basically comes much more under their sphere of influence. So they're basically expanding their sphere of influence by sowing chaos in Afghanistan. You don't need to go too far into history, but if you look at the statements of just about every single Pakistani Army Chief of Staff since about since about 1989, they would say pretty much the same thing. That actually be very proud of the fact that they trained the Taliban and the Al Qaeda. General Akhtar Abdul Rahman in 1989, the Director General of the Pakistani Intelligence, and also the Chairman of Joint Chiefs, very famously used to repeat these words. This is actually written, you can verify this on yourself, that Kabul must burn. Subsequent to that, General Mirza Aslam Beg, General Pervez Musharraf, General Jahangir Karamat, everyone has actually advanced this concept of strategic depth into Afghanistan. They call this strategic depth, that we need the Taliban there to have influence in Afghanistan, because it is the Pakistani viewpoint that a destabilized Afghanistan actually is better for Pakistani security. So that is the fundamental reason as to why they, have the Taliban. It's basically an extension of their foreign policy. That being said, yes, every civilian you will meet will say the same thing, that, it's a destabilized Afghanistan is actually not good for Pakistan, which is true. But it's not the civilians. The civilians do not have anything to do with Pakistani foreign policy, at least for just about all the important countries. Maybe the civilian government has occasionally given, okay, you can make the foreign policy as far as Latin America or some countries in Africa are concerned. But as far as the core strategic outlook of the country is concerned, it's the Pak military. I hope that answers some part of your question. Thanks. I'm done speaking.
Can I say? Add a few things real quick?
Can I?
Yeah, I'll just add a few quick things. So Jamie, as Arjun said, I think it was Arjun, right? So there are a couple of things. The Pakistani military and the establishment survives on creating conflict zones. Okay, that is their main source of income. If there is no instability, if there is no consistent war-like situation, chaos, then their source of income dwindles down. I'll tell you how it works. Like if there is stability, then they'll have to focus on things like economy and education. Why do that when create a conflict and then cry to the whole world, play the victim card, see how we have been used against the war against terror, and see how we are suffering, and keep milking the whole world? It's as simple as that. Look at all these army generals and all the top brass in the Pakistani army. They are all super duper rich. I promise you, no American general or anybody, any military personnel can make even half of the money an average Pakistani top brass makes in the military, because they own Papa John's abroad, they own property in Australia, and they own mansions. Pervez Musharraf has a mansion in England. How does he manage to do it? And the present Prime Minister Imran Khan, he has a nice condo apartment in London or somewhere in England, and if all hell breaks loose, he'll just go back to England and that's it, he'll be forgotten. That's the way they operate. They don't care about their own people. And this has been going on for decades. And let me dig in further. This has been going on siphoning away American taxpayers' funds. That's the worst part of all. And American politicians have been blind to this reality.
I would love to say something as well.
One second, Aksal. I have seen some new people joining in the audience and on stage, and I just thought it's perfect moment to reset the room. We have been trying to figure out ways to reach out and bring as many Afghan voices, and this room is created to support them, to offer comfort, and there is no order or timeline given for Afghan brothers and sisters. This room is safe space. Make sure you have kind words for them. It's not something where you can come and share, a lot of academic data. So just whoever's raising their hands, be careful that this is not room to tutor or sermon. Opening the floor to anybody who wants to go, and I think we have some voices who have been flashing their mic, and I think it is Payal, Kandari, and Molakil.
Sure.
So
Maya,
Before
I just wanted to say sayonara
sorry,
to the room,
let me
and
just say one
thank you
last
so
thing.
much.
one
I'm
second,
Thank you
sorry.
so
one
much.
second, one second.
Yeah,
I want one mic at one time. So go
Could
ahead.
I
Who is
just wanted
speaking?
to end with one.
it's me Keshav here. Maya, I just wanted to say thank you very much. Thanks a ton. Thanks a million. It is time for me to say sayonara, and I would love to come back to your room anytime whenever you're hosting anything. God bless you. It was
Sure,
brilliant.
sure,
Yeah. Thank you
sure.
so much.
Yeah,
Good night.
thanks.
Good night to
Thanks.
all of you guys. Yeah.
Yeah. Jamie, you were saying something?
Yes, apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to say, after hearing the explanations, I appreciate them very much, and I just want to, publicly say that I fully support sanctioning Pakistan. So thank you.
I would also like to answer Jamie's question at some point.
Same here.
Give me a minute. I think we have people
Same here.
waiting here for long. Payal, after Payal, Kandhari, and Mulakil. In between, if we can, we'll slip in opinions. But right now, let them speak, please. Go ahead in this order. Payal ji, boliye na.
Okay, namaskar to everyone. Hi. I have a question, Maya. Whoever wants to answer, they can answer. See, Kandahar has fallen to Taliban without any resistance. And I don't think so. Kabul is far away. So this whole incident reminds me of of the time when Najibullah didn't find enough time to reach to airport and he was hanged by the crane arranged by these Islamists. And same situation is there now. And I read this tweet from Mariam. She's one of the MP there. She said that people are going missing in Kandahar. This is terrifying. Someone needs to help Afghans. Murders are happening. Women and children are dying. Please send help. So is the whole world just discussing Afghanistan, or is some action will be taken? How many people are going to die before some action will be taken?
As we have discussed a little earlier, there are lots of efforts underway, and this room cannot really give much of the strategic depth to what is being done because we are all of us, working with civilians, and some of the things which we are really reading on the reports are talking about back channeling, where there are people having conversations. There is a lot of push, but the evening has not been very kind to Afghan conflict. So I think we do not have answers for your question right now.
Yeah,
Just
because
hang on.
Maybe I can jump in very
okay, no,
quickly.
Yeah, please, Najib.
Well,
Go ahead.
actually, we do admit the fact that a couple of provinces, including I just checked, Kandahar province is sort of not verifiable. I couldn't verify the war is going on, but Ghazni, which is close by, is far closer to Kabul compared to Kandahar. That have been fall down. The Taliban captured that. So the thing is here that Payal, your concern is very valid, but we did had this discussion. I don't know if you were in the room, that some of the reports, even the world leaders are cautiously raising a flag that maybe if Kabul might fall in matter of very short period. But again, the the Afghan forces is. Would you mind please turning off the mic? Someone is okay. So the Afghan forces actually, contesting and fighting the Taliban, and maybe we will end up in a very stalemate situation, as Wajma Sail also mentioned, that we also admit the fact that some of the provinces have been recaptured. So it's a matter of wait and watch. Obviously, uh, I personally believe that it's not going to be an easy game, and maybe some of these provinces have fall, but hopefully things will get difficult for Taliban to to exceed their boundaries. That was my 2 cents.
Maya, can I jump in?
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. We have an order already placed here. After
On this
Payal ji,
point
there is.
only.
No. Hold on. Alok ji, please, because ये काफी देर तक wait कर रहे हैं. Kandhari and Walakil. So Kandhari, please go ahead. Kandhari Jan, go ahead,
thank
please.
you. Thank you so much for giving me time. Hi to everyone. I would like to talk about the sanction Pakistan. We have to carry on these things till 14 August. The result is coming in a very positive way. And as Jimmy says, I don't want to know about the history, but I want to know why we should sanction Pakistan. I'm living in German, and there is a very famous proverb: "Without knowing the history, we cannot decide present and past and future." The Pakistani, as the Wajmajan said, so I would just want to include some things according to his answer. I hope he should be I think he's not there, so but still I want to share with you why Pakistan is supporting Taliban. Pakistan is supporting Taliban for their incomes to get funds against terrorism, but what they are doing exactly is something else. As my own cousin is commander in Kandahar. He captured 35 Taliban. Two of them were Afghan, and the rest were from Punjab, from Pakistani. And there were generals, there were soldiers from Pakistani army. Why they are supporting Taliban? Because they use the shield, they use the mask of Taliban, and they are operating inside Afghanistan. So these two things I really wanted to talk about. And the second thing is we have to run another hashtag, if you guys don't mind that I can talk here. Am I allowed to talk here about another hashtag just to use this platform?
You can, but you know what? People will get so confused. We'll do another room for that if you
Uh,
allow me. Yeah,
okay,
because
then
yeah, one
yes,
message,
that
one room, so it's easy for
yeah.
people to follow.
So please carry on this hashtag sanction Pakistan till 14 August. It's going really well, and we are getting a lot of positive feedback, and hope it will work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kandari. Molakil Jan, go ahead next. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Salam to everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Namaste to everyone. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak, and I really appreciate for creating such a wonderful and beneficial room and to the Afghans and raising Afghan voices. First of all, I would like to add few things in regard of why should we say like sanction Pakistan, and the reason is that the Pakistan have been invading in Afghanistan, and it's the unannounced war or invasion of Pakistan and Afghanistan that they have been killing innocent people, women, and like they've been burning out the whole cities, and it's not the Taliban. They are the proxies and the militants of the insurgents and the madrasa students of Pakistan. They have got 80,000 madrasas in Afghanistan, and they have been controlling the whole war and and they have been coordinating the whole thing. Because if you look at the Taliban, they are uneducated people. They cannot write down like one letter. How can they take control of a province or a part of a country? It's not possible. There is somebody behind this. There is someone, leading the sun table or the map or the everything, the war that have. It has been leading by the intelligence officer, which is Pakistan. And let me share my like personal experience. And this is not that I have heard or I've seen it on the video. I've heard it from someone. This is me. I have seen it myself and I have heard it myself. In 2012, we were in a fight in one of the provinces by name of Wardak province. And there was a district, Chak district. We were fighting with Taliban, and the Taliban lead was with someone named Quraishi. He was a colonel of Pakistani army, and we killed him at the very end of the conflict. And I still remember one of the other colonel got killed in Jagatu district of Wardak province of Afghanistan. So what do you call this? Can you say this is still the Taliban that have been taking control of the provinces and the parts and burning and blowing up the bridges and burning the schools and destroying the clinics, the hospitals, and everything? It's the Pakistan that have been destabilizing Afghanistan, and they never wanted to stable Afghanistan. They never wanted us to have electricity in anything. So that's why we are trying to sanction Pakistan. I hope anybody had that question. I hope you got your answer. So the other thing is nowadays, look at the media, and the media is silent about it. I mean, everybody is silent about it. What's going on in Afghanistan with the displaced people, with the women's, with the children's, and it's hunger and it's starving. Like the starvation is going on. There is no electricity. There is no water. So if you can just raise our voices, like the Afghan voices, as a human being, it's not, as I told you before ahead of the time, that it's not the sympathy with the Afghan security forces, or it's not the support of Afghan national security forces. They're strong enough, but this is the sympathy or solidarity with the human being, the Afghans that have been suffering from the current conflict and the current situation that has been going on in our country. Look at it's not that even though that some of the provinces have been left for them, like, okay, you take control of the province, but look at them, what they have been done. They just burn everything, they destroy everything. So we have to stop this. And I'm so emotional. I'm so worrying about the country, and we please raise the Afghan voice, the Afghan human being voice, the Afghan children voice. Be as a voice of Afghan children, Afghan women, and Afghan displaced people. Uh, I've had a lot to say, but since I'm so emotional, I can't say anything. And once again, I really appreciate our Indian brothers and sisters for creating such a wonderful room. And thank you so much, Maya. I appreciate it. And thanks all the mods and all the speakers and everybody. I will add some other points as well in the future, like later on. I'm so emotional. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Malakil Jan. We hear you and we are with you.
Maya, if you
Uh,
don't mind, can I just include some things because I just forget it. I really want to
I know,
mention
I
it.
know.
In this
Just
group.
you go ahead, but just give me a
Thank you.
minute. I
Just
think,
one. Okay.
yeah. One second, one second. After you, Tanya, I know you've been waiting. So after Kandari is done, Tanya can go ahead, and after that, I think Mr. Confidential, it's you. So there are two speakers after Kandhari, and I'm going to make a request for our Indian speakers to let the Afghan speakers go at first, okay? Because we wanted that to happen in this room. That we're not following any PTR order. We are here to listen and to hear them. So just be kind. Don't lose patience. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Kandhari Jan.
Thank you so much. This topic is actually this topic is India's stand with Afghanistan give us energy, give us hope. And as Najib Jan was discussing about the tweet which are coming, most of the tweet are coming from India. This shows that how Indian cares about Afghanistan, and I really don't have any word to say thanks. And the word are silent about the Afghanistan issue, but Indian government are supporting us uncountably. The second thing is, I really want to mention this thing. My grandfather was used to spend his entire life in India. He spent more than 35 years in India. And he was telling me that once in Dr. Najibullah government, there was lack of meat in Afghanistan. And our Indian brother, as they think that the cow is a holy, and they prayed for the cow, but the Indian government sent cow that let us feed with meat. And this is beyond than humanity. This is beyond than anything what India did for us. It extremely, I'm so emotional at the moment. I cannot express how to thank Indian people. And it's really appreciated that they are sending a holy a holy animal to feed their Afghan brother and sister is beyond than anything. Thank you so much. I'm so proud to be part of this room, and I'm so proud that we have such a neighbor, we have such a friend as like Indian. Thank you so much.
Kandhari, I appreciate your words. You know, you said so very well. You expressed very well. cow is like mother to us. And I do not know how it must have been, what situation it must have been for someone to offer the Kapila to you, because Kapila is a mother who gives immense amount of nutrition to her children. So you can imagine how what kind of a beautiful gesture and how difficult gesture was it to offer something like that. Lot of precious emotions and overwhelming. Actually, I get messages from back channel, and somebody before Tanya goes, Tanya, I'll steal one moment because R wants to say something. Go ahead, R.
Hello everyone, and on the note of what Kandhari just said, I just want to reiterate, this very amazing thing that someone, Alex from Iran came here, and he showed his or expressed his affection for us, for Afghanis, and for Indians, and people from apart from Afghanistan, people from other parts of the world are also here. So I just want to reiterate at this moment that because of social media, the citizens of the world who believe in peace and humanity and who want to counter terrorism, this is an opportunity for all of us to connect at every level as citizens, because we know that we don't have in our hands the decisions of our governments. But if every one of us and all of us who believe in this keep raising our voice for each other when it is required, and we form a community which believes in peace, I think that will be the biggest victory for all of us, and that by continuing doing this, we can actually do something really good for the world. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah. Tanya, you're the next. You want to go ahead?
Thank you very much. I'm glad that we're discussing this topic. First of all, the more platforms we have to talk about what's happening in Afghanistan, the better. I'm actually in the last 5 years, I've been living in Afghanistan. I grew up here in the States, but I was born there. And I just recently came back to California because I had family issues. And I'm going back August 31st. And just to kind of give you, to answer maybe Jamie's question, in the last 5 years, the Taliban, they've changed their tactics on how they were doing the bombings, and just in Kabul alone, forget about the other provinces, where I witnessed myself. Since 2018, they stopped using suicide bombers. They started using sticky bombs and car bombs. Now, that tells me they don't have enough of an army to convince themselves to blow their bodies. So that changed in the last 2 years. It just stopped being suicide bombers. That's number one. Number two, um, if you noticed, why now? I think no one is questioning that. Why not 5 years ago? Why not 3 years ago? It's so strategically designed, where Biden just comes in, he becomes president, he's like, okay, I got to get the troops out. The minute he gets the troops out, all of a sudden the Taliban is able to come in. There's, like Mullah Khiljan said too, without the support of the Pakistani government, that border that border has been closed by the Pakistani government multiple times on the Afghans, multiple times. They have the power to let people in or let people out. Very, very. I mean, the way they kicked Afghans out, the way they won't let people come in who have families on the other side. They have tremendous amount of power on what comes in and what goes out. That's not only that, the timing, it's this is the time where you can actually it's possible that the United States is using this particular situation to say, see, we left and look what happened to Afghanistan. And they might have told the Pakistani governments, like, can you maybe make it a little more difficult for them or whatnot. The Afghan people are not going to let this go. The first time the Taliban came, nobody knew what to expect. People know what to expect now. They're not Afghans are not outnumbered. We could probably take these guys, but their strategy and the support of the Pakistani military is very, very, I mean, the artillery that they have, the weapons that they have, obviously somebody is supporting them. So, Jamie, if you really, really wanted to find out, what we can do, and a lot of people here, there's a lot that you can do, especially if you live in the United States. Every single person in the United States has a representative. The representatives, they make policies. Lindsey Graham is part of he's the person that's in charge of the aid that goes into the foreign aid committee. He's heading that. You can actually get your representatives to create these sanctions. You can actually write your congressperson. There's a gentleman here, Mr. Confident. He's written a whole a petition for these sanctions. You can sign it. There's a lot you could do as an American to bring about these sanctions. And I think our Indian friends are. I understand and I appreciate your support. You guys have done a lot for Afghanistan, and you still continue to do. But if you guys raise your voice, then people think it might be a little more difficult for you guys, because then it looks like you're against Pakistan, not helping Afghanistan, which can be, used to harm you maybe more than it could help you. So, but if, as an American, if you live here in the United States, you can do it. There is a system in place that can do it. It might seem like a long one, but it's not. Just discussing it is not helpful. Getting the media involved is very, very important. Right now, people in Afghanistan, the poor people in those provinces, they're outnumbered because they don't have weapons. They're dealing with, they might have 500 men, but 500 men that don't have one gun. And then there's 100 Taliban that are coming there, but they all have weapons. It's the only reason they've taken those districts. It's because they have the weapons. That's it. It's not because they have an army. And the reason that it would be very difficult for them to come in and burn Kabul is, number one, when the Taliban first came back in the 90s, there was barely 200,000 people in Kabul. Right now, there's 7 million. 7 million people. You cannot just, no matter how much of an army these people have, they've been trying to bomb us every single day for the last 3 years, and they still cannot, get rid of 7 million people. That's just crazy. So I think right now the reason you need to say sanctions to Pakistan, because Pakistan is allowing these weapons to come in. Pakistan is, the government is just, if maybe they're not giving a full-blown support, they're turning a blind eye is what they're doing, is what they did with Osama. It's the same thing that they are doing every single day by having that control to close and open that border. And that's what's hurting Afghanistan. The reason that you say Kandahar is right there in the border of Pakistan. That's why they're just allowing these people to come and go like it's nothing. Turning that blind eye is what's hurting us right now. And that is why we need to have sanctions. And please raise your voice. Use the government. Use Lindsey Graham. These are the people that can make the changes. They're the ones that can say, hey, Biden, enough is enough. People are dying. If they need to bring the troops back, bring the troops back, but at least supply us with the weapons we can defend ourselves. Thank you very much.
Very well said, Tanya Jan. Absolutely. What I agree with you here is that yes, we are being asked that, that the campaign is run from India. Uh, a lot of thoughts which I had a little earlier, that, and I discussed with some of my friends as well, that when you speak about putting a campaign together, it will be assumed that it's actually stemming from India, and that would, happens. We have our next speaker over here, Mr. Confident. I am
Hi.
after Mr. Confident. I think we will go to we need to have some Indian speakers on Anurag. So no, Ashish and Anurag both. So after Confident, it will be Ashish and Anurag. We'll go with that order. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thanks for giving me the time, and thanks for giving this stage first for the Afghans, as we really think that it's needed for right now, because everything is right now going on there. So um, thank you for, I would like to really thank and appreciate my Indian friends for supporting us on this humanitarian act on sanction in Pakistan. It's a need. It's not a need for Afghanistan only. It's a need for all the world, like all internationals, everyone, our neighbors. Today we are the shield against terrorist government of Pakistan. So I would love to say that yesterday someone said that that India is standing by Afghanistan because Afghanistan is the enemy of Pakistan. But I am telling them right now that no, it's not right now, as we are seeing in this room. It's not an official here. It's the Indians people that's standing by us, and it is the biggest relation that we have. It is humanity. The humanity is the biggest relation that we have with the India, and they have it with us. So I'm calling on those indirect supporters of ISI that you will never be able to stop us. You will never be able to break these relationships. We will be going on and we will win as we are right now winning. Uh, I'm also in a emotional phase right now because I was watching the news and it's not going well. But I'm saying again, thank you, India. Thank you, everyone from India. Uh, we believe in your friendship, and um, I hope this untrusted uh, virus take away from between us, and we become together. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Confident. We
Maya,
have,
can I make a quick comment? Sorry.
yeah, please. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think something happened with my PTR. I just kept looking downwards, and yes, you had to say something. Please
No
go ahead.
worries. Thank
Please
you.
go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to step out from the room for a few hours because I'm at
Please,
work.
please go ahead.
Uh,
Yes.
I just wanna be clear about the reason or the cause that we are fighting for. For some of our friends that they may have doubt about our cause, we are fighting against Taliban. We are not this is not about the political group or a group that they fight against the people of Afghanistan. This is, in one side, we are the free nation. We believe in democracy, we believe in human rights, and on the other side is a barbaric terrorist organization that they do not have any such values. They do not believe that women are equal to men. They don't believe that women has the right, women have the right to go to school and then to work. These are terrorist organizations connected with the global terrorism network like Haqqani and Al Qaeda. So the reason we are fighting this is not only Afghans war or Afghans fighting other Afghans. This is the free world fighting against terrorism. We want to be clear on this. So when we are asking our friends from around the world, from India, from Iran, from US, from other parts of the world, who believe in democracy, who believe in human rights, and who believe in women's rights, we want them to stand with us and help us and support us so we can defeat this enemy, the enemy of human being, the enemy of democracy, the enemy of human rights. So that's why we are fighting for. We are not fighting we are not fighting for political reasons. We are not fighting to gain power or to keep the government or to build or make the government. This is fighting against terrorism. This is fighting against people that they do not have the same values that the free world and free nations have. And also, I want to tell to my fellow Afghans, I know we are very emotional and we didn't have good news today. We lost some lands. And that's the reality we have to accept. Taliban have the land, we have the nation, we have the people. The people of Afghanistan are behind us. No matter how much lands Taliban control, They cannot control our people. They cannot win our hearts and minds. We have our people's hearts and minds, and they are with us. They are with the free world, and we will fight. As I at the beginning, I brought that quote from Ahmad Shah Massoud, our national hero, who was forced, and when he lost almost every single province of Afghanistan, and he was only in a very small, tiny village or a town that he was surrounded, and he was approached by some of his commanders to surrender and to give up fighting. And he put his hat on the ground, and he said, if I have a place like this that I can stand, if I have a place to stand, I will stand and fight. So I want to tell to my fellow Afghan friends, do not give up fighting. Do not give up fighting. We will fight and we will win. We defeated Taliban many times. We have proven that we can defeat one more time. And if we get united and we stand behind each other and stand and support each other, we will fight. And then those corrupt officials that they sold our land and their territories and their provinces and their districts, we will bring them to justice along with all these terrorists one day. So do not give up, do not get disappointed. We have the free world behind us. We have our friends in India, we have our friends in free world in different parts of the world. The public, the nations, they're all standing behind us, and we will get support. The support is coming, and let's get united. Let's not lose our hope. And back to sanction Pakistan. I think this is very important. We need to focus on this. We need to put pressure and more pressure on Pakistan. I don't know if you heard the news today. Imran Khan was saying that Taliban is asking Ghani to resign. He became the spokesperson for Taliban. He's talking on behalf of Taliban, what Taliban wants. It shows that the Pakistani government, the ISI, the military, is fully supporting Taliban to control and to take over Afghanistan. But we will not let that happen. Afghans proven many times that we will not tolerate foreigners. We will not tolerate our enemies to stay in Afghanistan. They may capture some lands, some cities, some provinces, but we will defeat them at the end. So let's continue focusing on putting pressure on Pakistan, putting pressure on our politicians. If you're living in US, in Canada, United States, everywhere, please put pressure on your politicians so they can put pressure on their administration, especially Biden administration. They need to realize that they made a mistake, and then they have to put pressure on Pakistan. We are not asking any country's military personnel to come and help us. We know how to fight. We will fight, but we need Pakistan to stop sending these terrorists into Afghanistan. We need to sanction Pakistan so Pakistan feel the pressure and they stop supporting Taliban, and then we will deal with Taliban inside Afghanistan ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Babajan. I think these words really are resounding. While you were talking to us, I had a short message go with what you said, almost like a short transcript for my dear friend who is in Kabul. Thank you so much. I hope that next 20 days have some good news for you. I really hope. Next we have is Prashant, and after Prashant it should be Ashish, and I'll want someone new. I think no, I think that's fine. So after Prashant, that is Ashish and Anurag. Prashant, please go ahead. And
Yeah,
Mohit, you will be, but there's been such a long wait for these people. So after that, we can go to Mohit. I hope you don't mind that. We're not following our order, but because we let the Afghans speak earlier, so we are kind of
no
delayed.
problem, no problem.
Just bear with me. Go ahead, Prashant, please.
Yeah, so Maya, like, I also am interested to listen to my Afghan brothers, so I will pass on baton to whoever
Okay,
is.
okay. Anybody else who wants to go ahead after Babarjan, please go on, and then we can continue with the order. Anurag, you okay? Siddhant, you and Anurag. Anurag wanted to speak as well. Go ahead, Siddhant. After you, Anurag.
Hello. Thank you everyone for joining here and giving me this stage. I just wanted to drop in and give a quick message. No matter what happens, just believe in yourself. Keep fighting. At times you may need to be diplomatic, where if you have a situation for where it's threatening, life threatening, you just let that pass, live for the moment, and then after a few times, you just gain your strength and then fight back. I'm not very sure. Right now, India is strongly standing with Afghanistan. I have a very strong. Let me just give you a small background. I have a very strong research of last 12 years on international internal politics and humanitarian grounds. So I just want to tell you this. According to this, we are in a very critical position where we are not sure where Indian government would take a decision on in what way they should be helping you or when should be helping you. But in the long run, this is going to happen. Right now, it's very crucial, and just stay strong and continue with whatever is happening. Just stay strong from
Thanks.
inside.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Siddhant. Yeah, thanks a lot. We have Anurag, and after Anurag, I see one more brother joining us, Munir Jan. Welcome to this room. You want to speak, I know, and I think you can go after Anurag. Anurag, go ahead. You've been
Yeah,
waiting.
Maya will give the platform to Munir first. I
Okay,
will,
Munir
that
goes
will be
first.
better.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you, Anurag, for passing on your turn to me. Um, I came very late, so I missed a lot of the conversation that took place earlier. But I heard what Babur John said earlier about Pakistan feeling the pressure, and I think this hashtag um, trend that's been going on Twitter and other social media is really affecting Pakistani officials, and is the first time that on such a large scale, the such campaign has been conducted and is going really well. And I hope that more people from India join this, because Afghans on their own cannot affect the situation as much, given the Afghan population is relatively small. So I hope that many people in India join this campaign and we can really make a difference. Um, Today I was going through some profiles on Twitter, and there's a lot of journalists and writers, American writers, who have already noticed this, and they are basically echoing those voices in their tweets, and they're mentioning the hashtag campaign that's going on. Albeit not all of them support this, given that Pakistan is a strategically important country to the United States. But nonetheless, I hope that we carry on for a bit longer in this, and we can make a difference. As for the reality on the ground, unfortunately, things are at the moment not going well, but it doesn't take very long for it to change. We know that the important factor here is the aerial bombardment, which at the moment is not taking place because the Taliban are fighting from the homes. Everywhere they go, they occupy people's houses and they launch their attacks from there. And it's very difficult to fight in such a situation, because the government not only has to kill Taliban, but they also have to protect the civilians, and they feel responsibility towards them, and the Taliban are taking advantage of that situation, uh, and that's what makes it really difficult at the moment. But I hope they come up with a plan to stop this, and with minimal civilian casualties, they can reverse this trend. The other important, I think, situation at the moment is that there is now new voices coming up in some major countries, including the UK and the USA, which suggest that they may have underestimated the the developments that's taken place in the last few weeks. There are blame games going on between different officials, who some of whom have suggested that the Biden was too eager to protect his own forces once he was elected. The contingency of American forces was very small, and they realized that if they had stayed in the country, it could have had they could not have stopped Taliban, attacking them. But that the many others have already countered that and said that you cannot go into a country like Afghanistan and then be not uh, mindful of what's going to happen with the civilians there and only protect your own forces. I think that's the wrong strategy that they took. So things may change again in the near future. Um, and therefore, as Babarjan earlier said, we just need to keep, faith, and as long as Afghans remain strong, the Taliban on the ground don't have much support. We've seen that already from the many campaigns, hashtag campaigns, and the fact that every time they take over a place, large number of people uh, move from that area, which means that they don't want to be ruled by Taliban. So there's a lot of good signs, as much as there are bad news coming from within Afghanistan. Thank you very much. That's all I was gonna say.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
mm, Historically, as you know, in Afghanistan, we have multiple tribes, and we've always had tolerance for each other historically, and we lived side by side. But nothing unites Afghans more than a common enemy. And um, part of me, as a person that's literally living in Kabul, I kind of want these guys to come in and get a take a job, so I know where they work. And I can't imagine how. I think for a brief moment, maybe they would know what it feels like to look over their shoulder all the time, wondering if today's going to be their last day. Because the way they've bombed every single day for the last 3 years, it's exhausting, and it has traumatized beyond uh, uh, the possibility of how you could be traumatized with even a firecracker makes you jump 3 feet because you think this is it. And they've put that fear in, and I think they're counting on our fears. If any of the districts in Afghanistan that have been captured by these guys, I don't even like to use that word capture. They didn't capture nothing. They just, like I said, they have weapons. In a probably a district that has maybe one gun that's from the 1940s. But I'm just saying that these guys, they don't have the army, and what they should be afraid of is a united Afghanistan, because when we look past the tribal differences, the language differences, the religious differences, by God, we're very scary people. um, and I'm waiting for that day, and it's happened in the past. We've That's how we were able to get rid of the Brits, the Russians, even Genghis Khan, for God's sakes, who had the longest reign in Afghanistan. Um, I'm kind of counting on these guys uniting us. And if it's gonna take something like this, uh, you know, I think it would be good for Afghanistan. I'm very positive. I think this whole thing is gonna bring us more united. It's gonna kind of where we can set the tone ourselves. I mean, nobody has the right to tell us who can be our president. We voted for this guy, for God's sakes. We had a democratic election, and the fact that we are still that government is still standing, the people are not saying, yeah, let's get rid of this guy. That should tell you a lot. Right now, if the Taliban are taking these little districts, it's because they just have heavy weapons, but they don't have the army. And the reason that they haven't been able to come to take over Kabul in the last 20 years is because they don't have the army. And In the last 20 years, we've built an army, we've built policies, we've built government, we've built voting rights, we've built human rights, we've created all these different policies to make life better for everyone. And now, in the last 20 years, people are used to that. They're not going to just sit by and just take it because they know what to expect from the Taliban now. And I'm hoping in my heart of hearts uh, that this will really, really help us. I think it's a blessing in disguise in a lot of ways where we're going to be more united than we've ever been historically.
Thanks, Tanya. Thanks a lot. I think a lot of depth in what you're saying. I really hope that you have a united front to take care of this crisis that is at your door already inside. And I don't want to listen to U.S. reports. I would like to listen to reports from ground where people are, able to give us an account. Uh, I wanted to see if Ashish is around. A little while ago, I missed talking to him. Ashish, are you there?
Yeah, good
Anurag
evening.
is on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm here.
Ashish, if you want to
Yeah, there
go
was some
ahead.
network issue earlier.
Yeah, Ashish, you, and then Mohit. Has Mohit
Okay.
spoken? I don't think so. So after Ashish, Mohit.
Good evening,
Go
everybody.
ahead, Ashish. Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
thank you. Welcome to all our Afghan friends and everybody else from around the world, whoever is here. And the topic of this room is India stands with Afghanistan, which we have always done, both of us, Afghanistan and India. Uh, I'm going to make about 6 or 7 points. First is India and Afghanistan. We've historically been together. 1930s, 1940s, Subhash Chandra Bose escaped from Kolkata via Afghanistan during British Raj. Uh, 80s and 90s, and around that time during the Civil War, when the Americans were sponsoring the Mujahideen and the Soviets were there, India was helping out again behind the scenes. Dr. Najibullah and his family. Now we couldn't evacuate Dr. Najibullah, but his family has been here for the past 25 years or so. There are quite a few Afghans in Delhi. I've met once, just one guy, randomly at India Gate, and it was so great hugging both of us. You know, I just asked him, "How do you feel?" And he was visiting India. His cousin was studying over here. This was 2005 or six around that time, and he said, "I feel free finally." And this was a 20-year-old guy or something, and he said he was very very happy coming over here. I offered him a kulfi or an ice cream or something. He said, "No, I just want to breathe in." And we just sat and talked for a bit. So this isn't about India being against Pakistan or Afghanistan being against Pakistan. This is about India being with Afghanistan. Yes, the Pakistanis have been meddlesome. They have been a problem for both of us, and karma is a bitch. It will bite them in the ass again, right? Uh, the second thing is because there are quite a few people out here who may not know about the Pakistani interference in Afghanistan. There was a question that Jamie raised earlier. I messaged him in the back channel about what it was, and I'll just mention a few points again over here. See, the Pakistani interference in Afghanistan started in 1974 itself, during the rule of President Muhammad Dawood. He had said we would want to renegotiate the Durand Line. The Durand Line was demarcated in 1893 between the British Raj and the then Afghanistan, and it divided the Pashtun areas. So Dawood Khan said we want to renegotiate because we want Pashtun areas with us. And Afghanistan and Pakistan was obviously very paranoid at that time, having just lost Bangladesh. So what Bhutto did was he gave the ISI full freedom, and what they did was they started off with their Mujahideen interfering in Afghan
Ashish,
affairs from that time
Ashish,
itself.
Ashish,
Okay,
Ashish,
yeah, yeah.
Ashish. Yeah, I know it might sound a little bit rude that I'm, you know, interrupting you, but this room has been going on for more than
No,
more than
I,
three
I'm
hours
just
now.
giving. Yeah, I understand.
just
I'll keep it short.
one
I'll keep
second.
it short. I'll keep it
No,
short.
yeah,
I'll
yeah,
keep it
please,
short.
because
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
just
No,
focusing on
I'm not going
Afghanistan.
into the detailed history of
Yeah,
that.
we need to
I'm
be
mentioning these
careful.
points
Yeah,
just so that
thanks.
people know. There are quite a few people who do not know about this thing. They just think it was just the 80s and Mujahideen and Osama bin Laden, which is when Pakistan interfered. Pakistan has been at it for a long time now. So, and the reason was the Durand Line. So Pakistan's involvement has been for a long time, and which is why uh, the sanction Pakistan move. It is not just a hashtag. It should actually be a proper movement, and people should be protesting against the Pakistanis on the streets in the US, not just the Afghans, not just the Indians. It should be the Americans also, because it is American lives that have been lost for the past 20 years. So Pakistan is a rogue nation. Hillary Clinton is on record having said, if you breed snakes in your backyard, you can't expect not to them not to bite you. So Pakistan has been a rogue nation over here. They are a rogue actor. Finally, on the US withdrawal now, the way they went away from Bagram, and now that they are a couple of hours back, New York Times, they've asked our Ministry of External Affairs to evacuate their journalists and all. Uh, the US must understand this concept of honor and izzat and all that Eastern cultures have, from Japan onwards to layer everywhere. The way they have went went ahead and they are getting out of Afghanistan. They are actually sort of giving that prestige thing to the Taliban. That, look, we've defeated the great Satan America. We've made them withdraw after 20 years. They couldn't do anything to us, and that thing is this ignominious withdrawal that will affect the psyche of normal people. So Americans should understand that they invaded the wrong country. It wasn't Afghanistan. It was Taliban. The Taliban has always been propped up by Pakistan. You have to sanction Pakistan, and you've been funding these guys. These guys, they can't stand a chance. They've always been operating on foreign money. The Pakistanis. You just have to cut off their financial sources. They'll come crumbling down to the knees. Sanction them. Just cut off all of their aid. Even the Chinese can't prop them up for long. So Taliban is a problem. It is there. It will have to be burned by the normal Afghans out there. Uh, they need to know that Indians have always supported them. They are with them. At the same time, the rest of the world should know what exactly happens in Afghanistan. It has always been a victim of Pakistani paranoia, and Pakistan must be crushed. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a lot of sentiments today, with our Afghan brothers, and I know that this room is really charged right now. We'll go ahead with Anurag, and then I would like to invite Dilaver Saab, and if it's okay, I think, Anurag, I think you will need to wait because we have one of our guests who is from Afghanistan and we should listen to him, and then Anurag, you. I'm sorry I'm putting a second because I just saw that you're here. दिलावर
Oh,
जी
no, no,
आप बोलेंगे उसके
absolutely
बाद
fine.
अनुराग. Thanks Anurag for holding on. Thanks. Go ahead.
My, I would just wait for 5 more minutes because I'm somewhere. Then I would leave and then I'll talk.
Okay.
Please turn
Okay.
someone else. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Anurag.
Uh, yeah, thanks, Maya. So, see, first of all, I actually, initially I thought I will just, listen and listen to other people talk and, their opinions and their thoughts on everything. But I was kind of, in a bit triggered when one of the speakers was trying to actually bring in the human rights angle when we were talking about sanctioning Pakistan, whose main primary industry for decades have been exporting terrorism across its neighboring states. So that was my initial thought, coming in. But because now the speaker is not here, so I can probably put that into rest. Now, coming to the topic, I guess, and this is my my thought process. We need to do much more. I mean, when I say we, it's not us as Indian citizens, but people across the world, need to do much more in stopping what is actually happening. The atrocities which is happening right now in Afghanistan. Uh, sanctions, historically, in my personal opinion, sanctions historically has not proved too effective unless and until it has been implemented effectively, right? Many of us, might not know that there is a sanction on Pakistan from the United Nations that they won't be sort of indulging in any kind of a business or exporting any arms or anything to any other country since 2001. But it's not something which is hidden. It's happening in plain sight. That almost on a daily basis, 30 to 40 trucks from the Pakistan region enters Afghanistan, which is giving a boost to the Taliban forces, which are have and constantly have been acting as a pseudo entity or a pseudo force to drive Pakistan's agenda across its neighboring states. We need to also understand the fact that what Pakistan is trying to do is trying to sort of weaken two of its neighbors, one of its neighbors for its advantage on one side of the border. And this is something which is something quite surprising that the world leaders today are not taking into account and not even thinking about it. uh, I guess most of the speakers have already talked a lot on these topics, so whatever I'm actually going to say is going to be a repeat thing. So I'm not going to do that, but I'm just going to actually say that it's high time that the world leaders, the people across the world, come together and do much, much, much more than just talk about things and say that this needs to stop and that needs to stop. We need to now start on thinking about actions and thinking about steps which can decisively bring a stop to this nonsense that is actually happening. Many people talked about how Imran Khan is actually silently or indirectly supporting the Taliban. Historically we have seen most of the prime ministers that have been so-called democratically elected have nothing but have always acted as a puppet of the ISI, not even at the Pakistani army, but the ISI. Uh, and it's kind of surprising that it's not rocket science that the countries who have seen if we take the example of United States of America, the person who brought terrorism on their borders and killed more than 3,000 people in its heartland in the middle of the city was found in a safe place, provided security by the Pakistani army. It's kind of surprising that the country is still in the gray list. It should be automatically blacklisted from any of these activities unless and until they kind of rectify what they are sort of doing. So, these are where just my thoughts. I'm not going to actually repeat what already has been said, but I would just want to sort of conclude and say, to all folks from Afghanistan, to all the brothers and sisters, be strong. Our prayers and our best wishes are with you, and not just us, but even our parents. I know for sure my mother actually prayed for uh, for you, for whatever is happening in your country, that it stops immediately and peace prevail upon your country. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Anurag. That was beautiful. I have Jemmy and Arich haven't spoken yet, and so Jemmy, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm actually the same Jamie as
Oh,
before, but
okay,
I
you
changed.
changed your DP. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
I made a little protest sign because
Oh,
I think I'm going
okay,
to go to the
okay.
Pakistani embassy and
Wow,
voice
okay,
my
great,
opinion.
great. So you hang
You
on,
know,
hold on that placard, and I think I'll let Arich speak, and then Nabanita.
sure.
Go ahead.
Sorry guys, I had left the room for a while, but when I had left, I think the conversation was answering Jamie's question, which was, why? What is the interest of Pakistan in being in Afghanistan? And I did want to answer that if that's still okay, or have you guys moved on from that?
You can speak. This room is safe space, and we don't mind you to have your perspective. Please go on.
Amazing, thank you. So I think that, and at that time someone had spoken about Pervez Musharraf and Benazir Bhutto and all these Pakistani leaders. And I just wanted to point out that, you know, these Pakistani leaders, they've always acted in the interest of the West, right? They've never really acted in the interest of that region or of the people of Pakistan. And that's where the corruption starts. The corruption in Pakistan starts with the leadership, it starts with the government, and then it extends because Pakistan is not a true democracy. The army, whenever there is any sort of turmoil or any sort of disagreement within Pakistani society, the army steps in and, you know, they make their own decisions. And until that happens, Pakistan cannot be a true democracy. And I think that the army's involvement and the involvement of the ISI, both being historically corrupt and, you know, both historically making decisions that favor themselves and the West, you know, naming notably the United States of America, right? Um, they always fail not only the people of Pakistan but also the people of Afghanistan. And then just to add, Pakistan's involvement in Afghanistan, Pakistan benefits from keeping Taliban in Afghanistan, right? Because the Taliban serve as proxy Pakistani militia in Afghanistan. And, you know, Pakistan can't legally send their army men into Afghanistan. So they do it through training, you know, through aiding and abetting the Taliban. But some of that has to do with trying to limit control of other nations in that area. For example, India. You know, India's interest in Afghanistan is not really because the Indian government cares for Islam or for Muslims, right? Because the current Indian Hindutva government has clearly shown their hatred for Muslims in Kashmir,
I'm
in,
going
you
to
know,
stop you here.
but
I'm going to stop you
also,
here. One second.
sorry, I
One
wasn't
second.
done.
No, 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 no. When I offer a safe space, which means that there would not be any hate comments, and I do not want any hate comments to be part of this room. So I'm so sorry. I have to interrupt this. If you have any contempt for any community, any country, this room shuts down for you. I am sorry. I
I
want
agree
to
with
say this
you.
one.
I agree
I
with you.
agree
Thanks.
with you. I
Thanks for
stand with Maya.
this. If I have made sure that I will only listen to my Afghan brothers and sisters, and I am here there to just listen to them, that opens a lot of hatred from Pakistan for us. Okay, and in spite of that, these doors are open, and we are willing to go through this as a journey. I do not want any judgment to be passed on democratically elected leadership and a fully functional democracy which is standing in support of entirety of Asia, the Muslims, the Jews, the Baha'is, the Christians. Okay, so let us be very clear that abuse and judgments and certification of any kind is not going to be tolerated. And I know on this platform, each of these voices who are here will agree with me. I'm speaking on behalf of everybody. Thanks for coming in, but hate is not going to be tolerated. Thanks. So we'll move to the next speaker. Whoever wants to go ahead, Nabanita and Dr. Rauf is here, my favorite speaker. So
Thank
anyone who
you.
wants to go flash, it's not a PTR order, so whoever is ready can go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say because what is going on in Afghanistan is a very sad state of affairs, and I totally agree with you that there is you cannot get hatred into it because this is a country that is going through crap that it does not deserve to live through, and we've got to figure out how is this. I mean, my point is over here we can sit and pontificate, we can sit and uh, kind of decide what is going on, but this is not going to be an answer. What is the answer? What is going to be done? How is the Afghan population going to be you know kind of safeguarded? Because what is happening is very difficult for the entire administration, the entire, I know, I mean, everybody's made their mistakes, We know all that. Let's not go into all those discussions because that's only discussions, and uh, there are no answers. Let's try to look for answers. How are we going to now look into this situation that Afghanistan has got into? And it is a very scary space. I mean, if every area of Afghanistan is getting occupied, how are we going? I mean, what is the next move forward? That's what I would like to hear about, rather than pontificating on what has happened. We know
Thanks.
what is
Yeah,
happening and
yeah.
what is happening.
Thanks, Nabanita. Actually, I think this room is basically just to support the kind of campaign that the Afghans have been doing, and we are only listening. There are no solutions offered in Clubhouse, and none of us have official position here. The moderators are just kind of sharing what are their thoughts and what their concerns are, and their approach to how we could help the Afghan citizens. That's where we are right now here. If you want to continue to listen, you're welcome. There are no
Maya,
solutions offered here.
Maya, I'm sorry, I'm
One second,
cutting
one
you
second,
off.
one second. I'll let you to go ahead. There has been officially a lot of social media statements which are coming in from Ministry of External Affairs and defense experts, and you know about them. We are not going to get into that because this is not a political forum. And I'm done speaking.
No, no, I'm
Sal, please
not
go
being
ahead.
political. I'm not being political. I'm just looking for
I
a
would like
way
to
One
answer
forward.
second,
and
one second,
Nabanit.
one mic at a time. I think one second. Sayal, you go ahead,
Yes,
and after that,
thank you
Dr.
so
Ross.
much, Maya. Where I had a question from the from the lady who just spoke here. I actually had a question, really real question from her. I think she left, or
Yeah, she's left. Yeah,
Yeah, she has
okay. So
left. She's still
she has
I
left.
will
listening.
restore my question till she comes back. Thank you. Yes,
No,
Dr.
you go
Fazil.
ahead. She's not gonna come back. I know that.
She will not gonna come
Okay,
back.
the thing is, I
I
was
want
I
to.
was I was going through her profile. She claims, or she maybe she is. I fully respect that a journalist, when a person comes like that what's going to be happen, and we they are in really bad situation. Yes, we are in bad situation. We are not in worse situation. Our government is still functioning. Yes, we are losing some provinces, but we are not in a position of not taking that back. And if somebody is coming and saying what you are going to do, my question is, as a journalist, as a humanist, as a progressive human, what do you offer to this? It's not only on Afghanistan, it's going to breed counterterrorism on all over the world. It is soon you will hear that Taliban, God forbid, if it captures everything, or God forbid, so soon you will hear that, okay, now what? Now Al Qaeda. And you what the Al Qaeda perspective is. I don't need to repeat that. So people like that, when they come and they speak, I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. Speak
No,
such.
no, Sayal, I'll just tell you what a little bit. Okay, in one sentence, I'm going to share with you what happens. So this person who was here throughout the COVID updates, she would talk about how irresponsible Indian government is. Okay, a little while ago, Alex was here, and Alex has been talking about
What
Iran.
you can
Nobody
offer.
wants to. So the problem really is she is sitting in the UK and continuously criticizing India's vaccination program, whereas India has been vaccinating one country. The kind of vaccinations India has done is size of Germany, is size of Austria in one day. So here we have questions asked, criticized, vilified, and I'm okay with to take the criticism, but not on somebody's suffering. I will not allow that. And with that, I think we should move on because we don't have time for this. We have enough of people who want to bring us down. Let's not give that so much attention and time. And we have Dr. Ross and Dilawar Jan. आप भी बोलिए.
Um, thank you. If it's my turn,
You can if doctor is okay. Doctor, if you want to
Yes,
let him
please,
speak first.
Dilawarjan, you can
Okay.
talk. I'll go after him.
okay. Thank you, Dr. Rove. Um, first of all, I like the headline: sanction Pakistan, India stands with Afghanistan. But I'm kind of worried. I don't know, like how come it's possible that India is standing with Afghanistan and as well as the United States and most of the European countries, including United Kingdom, and still we are losing our provinces? That's a huge and big question mark for me. Why it's happening like that? Is there any something fishy going under the table, or how it's possible that all these big fishes are standing with Afghanistan and still we are losing our provinces or our territory? That's a question of mine, and because I think it's something we cannot understand something is going on. And secondly, there are a lot of common interest in between two nations, India and Afghanistan. It's not only that India have sympathy with Afghanistan, but we do have common interest to support each other, especially for this Pakistan, which is like always annoying both nations. Not only these both nations, but also entire world. They're just like working for money in the Middle East for sending their military for killing people, and they have done very bad in the history with Bangladesh and also with some other countries. So Pakistan is known just only for killing people for money. And still, we claim, and also Indian brother and sister claim that India is standing with Afghanistan, but still we didn't have something in return. That how come? I mean, like, I really appreciate India and Afghanistan friendship, but still, it's not enough. And sometimes the diplomacy it didn't have not work, and then we should go beyond the diplomacy, which is right now India's doing. Um, I don't have any proposal right now because the clubhouse is not the place that we can have some discussions here, but we can just bring the headline that how come India in Afghanistan work against terrorism, and it in long run, of course, it will damage reputation of India and also other neighboring countries like Russia and Central Asia. I'm not happy from the things which is going on the ground right now from India. Yes, of course, India is a friend, and we appreciate it, and I'm happy, and all Afghans are happy from India that they are supporting Afghanistan in somehow. But still, it's not enough. How come we work for that in person? We should meet. That's just not only few government official which they meet on and off, and sometimes they are supporting those guys who are their friends, but they are not supporting government, and there are some clashes in between government and some individuals, and that individuals are supported by the Indian government, which is like in long run not good for Afghanistan and Afghan states. So, and sanction of Pakistan, yes, in the UN Council, India act very well, and the way they questioned Pakistan, and they brought the situation of Pakistan over there and explained it. It was really appreciated. But still, I will really, I really want from India to step up to the plate and then start something new, not this drama, which is in last 50 years we are just hearing a friendship, but it's something physical not happening. I didn't mean physically that they should intervention. I do not want their intervention in Afghanistan, but still there should be some kind of meetings, and both nations should work for the lobby and work with some interest group, and they should be really against Pakistan, and the Pakistan should not be in this region anymore, and they should not annoy people. Thank you.
I think like little earlier in the room there was a lot of exchange about what is really going on with the UN Security Council and how India has been taking it up since the day one. So there is action as how we speak now. Unfortunately, in this room we do not have any veteran over here, but yes, I know of many measures the maintenance of all that the war machinery is continuing to be there. Besides that, I think a lot of work has happened on the government level, as well as the civil society and the private institutions, which continue to offer support in the last 15 years. Unfortunately, the only thing that India probably lacks is negotiating with terrorists, and that's where India has itself been very transparent and admitted that they do not have a heft to deal with someone like Pakistani triggered Taliban, which is a difficult spot. And Dr. Jaishankar has admitted that he would want to still continue to try it out and negotiate his way through, which is his extreme end of effort, because I know that how difficult it is to get to talk to Taliban and to negotiate with them. That's one thing. Second part would be about the present situation with excluding India from the Troika discussions. It was done. India knew it is going to happen, and it was definitely something which was clearly done by Chinese to keep India out of the entire negotiation and discussion. However, the Troika themselves have agreed that India has a role in post-conflict and nation building, which means that the confidence in India continues to be there. I am just saying this because people who have missed the previous conversation should know that Indian support to the people of the people of Afghanistan is continuing even before Taliban entered and conquered Afghanistan, and that does not change in spite of the current situation. But to completely say that do something more, I think we need to wait and see, because not everything will be discussed with us, or not every day we'll have a press release from Ministry of External Affairs. With that, I'm done speaking and I'm calling in Dr. Roff to come and share her thoughts. And I'm going to end this room after Brahmand. I think Brahmada Nambudri is better. I'm so sorry. I'm I'm not able to say this name, but Nambudri, you're the last person on panel, and then we'll give it to the mods if they want to say something and close this room. Anybody else in the speakers who have already spoken and have an afterthought, please come up, raise your hand, I'll bring you in. Thank you so much. Dr. Roff, to you.
Thank you for giving me time, Maya John, and also for your, kind words. My very dear brother, Babur John, who I know through this clubhouse, has been so much kind and consistent in this mission to sanction Pakistan, and also the mission to educate the Afghan youth, me, my other sister and brother. His presence is definitely an energy for me, and an inspiration and encouragement, and I'm learning so much from him. He's really filling in the creeks and gaps that I've never even noticed that I had so much deficiencies in me, and with his wise word and his wisdom, this gap has been filled with that kindness, with that beauty. I'm so happy to see him here, and see all my sisters, see all John and Tanya, Mullah Khela, all of them. You are all, I value you all, Najib John, Santosh, and our son, which I just seeing it here. But anyways, I'll
Don't
come to
forget
the,
me.
yeah, John Kandare John, of course. I will never forget you. Today, as you said, our all, and Saklan Nakwi, I guess he joins us. He's a Sindhu Desh, one of the leader, and very vocal about it. I'm sorry he joined the last minute. He's in the audience, so he's also a person whom I invited to the space, to be to this clubhouse, because usually he runs space with our sister Kehkasha Jan. So, with so many sister and brother from Balochistan, Sindhu Desh, India, I feel like I'm in a very safe hand, and I worry less, despite my whole country is burning right now. There are so many displaced, internally displaced family who needs our support, not only our voices that we are spreading across the globe, but also whatever we can do. And I don't know, is there any way we can raise funds and reach out to those family, or Indian government or some charity organization at least can, not for the food, but at least as I requested before, to give the honorable burial to those who lost their loved one, and request Taliban that you're killing us anyway, but please don't demolish our dead bodies. That would be a humble request as a human of this Vasudeva Kutumbakam world, is one family, a member of this family. And then I definitely talked to Sanjay Dixit of Jaipur Dialogue. He was so kind when he was talking to me on the phone today. I saw like as if my brother Babur Jan is talking to me, so kind. And I even think, why Indians are so kind? Why can't we carry the same attitude toward our kids? But then I says, Fauzia, don't be biased. Just look at how Babur Jan talked to you, how Mullah Khair talked to you. We are all the kids of this dharti, which was ours from thousands of years. But then there was bloodshed. It's not the first time that there is bloodshed of my dharti mata. uh, it happens throughout the course of centuries in history. So my humble request, as I requested Sanjay Dixit, Omkar Chaudhary of OCN Network, and Neeraj Atri Bhai, to participate in hashtag sanction Pakistan, because I really got encouragement when I saw Pakistani government, which I tweeted right now, issued an official statement about the hashtag sanction Pakistan, how effective it is. You have no idea that your voices has reached beyond borders, just like when last time an innocent African American was killed in a daylight, and all the world community united, not because that what was the criminal background of the person, but just because nobody deserved to die an undignified death, and nobody deserved to die in, like in hands of anyone's. Nobody should trespass is an ordinary, innocent, beautiful, peace loving citizen. But if they do, then we should unite and we should stop those trespassers. Thank you. And please comment this trend, hashtag sanction Pakistan. Let it be a trend till 14 August. And from 14 August onward, we will be doing a dark day in the history of subcontinent, was the 14 August, the creation of this Murdaristan. Thank you.
Maya and Maya Jan, is it okay if I just give a few comments?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, there, Sister Dr. Fauzi. This is great to have everyone from Afghanistan united and raising our voices together against this terrorist organization. I'm just an ordinary Afghan who cares about our people, our women, our children who are suffering and getting killed by these barbarians, by these inhuman terrorist individuals and organizations in Afghanistan. Somebody here and in some other rooms, I heard that they were hopeless, and they said, we lost the land, we lost the city, we lost that city. We didn't lose. The moment we stop fighting, that's the time that we will lose. And we will not stop fighting. We will keep fighting. Taliban's got some lands, but they could never conquer our hearts and minds. And we will stand. If we die, our children and generations will come to fight against terrorism, against these terrorist organizations. And I'm glad that we have our friends here with us, standing with us, the free world, the free nations, people that they believe in human rights and women's rights. And that's why they're standing with us to fight Taliban. Taliban are from all over the world, as you guys know, from Chechnya, Tajikistan, Uyghur, from Pakistan, from Arab countries, from different countries, because they have one common ideology. that hatred ideology that they have. And we Afghans and everyone else who believe in human rights, they will stand with us and they will help us to fight. We will win at the end. We defeated Taliban, as I said before, many times. We will defeat one more time. Doesn't matter how much land they have, we have our nation, we have our people, we have the hearts and minds of our people. Uh, I'm sorry, we were emotional before and we are emotional, but it's not because we lost lands, it's because we lost human lives because of our children and our women displaced, and we lost lots of these civilians and ordinary Afghans. That's why we are emotional. We are not emotional because we lost the land. We will get back. We will stand back on our feet and we will fight back against these terrorists. Doesn't matter if it's Pakistan, if it's Qatar, whoever are behind these terrorists, we will defeat them all. So I'm asking, and that's why we have this sanction Pakistan, because we want the free world. We want people that they believe in human rights to stand with us and put pressure on Pakistan. And as soon as Pakistan stops supporting these terrorist organizations, we will defeat them in Afghanistan. But even if they continue supporting that, we will continue fighting Taliban's, and we will be fighting Pakistan's too, and those generals and those criminals that they are behind these terrorist groups and these Taliban. So I ask my fellow Afghans, don't lose your hope. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. We should never give up. If we are on the ground and fighting with our guns, we should continue that. If you are social media and Clubhouse or anywhere, do not give up. Do not get hopeless. We have hope. Hope is, we have to get united. We have to support each other during this difficult time and pray for our children and women, innocent civilians that they lost their lives or they got injured or they got displaced by these terrorists. So let's get united. Let's keep fighting. As I said, we lose when we stop fighting, and so far we didn't lose. We just they just got some lands, and we got our people behind us, and we will keep fighting. Thank you very much.
Uh, Thank you, Babajan. I can hear you and I can feel your words because I know that, like I have said earlier, I've lost a dear friend in Kabul 3 years ago. Her child waits for the mother to return. She did not come back. I have a friend who is right now in Kabul and she's stuck. So this room is an intense room for me as well because I'm not just here as a mod who is from India, but I have had a loss which I can resonate. I know what you're saying. So my heart actually breaks, and I can feel your emotions because I'm someone who waited for a message which never was responded. So, and I continue to look at that WhatsApp call, and it's just there, and it breaks my heart every time there is something bad news from Afghanistan. I feel I'm reliving those days, and I just want to say that this room has. I hope I do not know. We just wanted to start off with listening to you all, and I think this room has given us a courage to continue with what we started. We did not know, and we were aware that we would not be understood. It would be confusing, but still we are here, and we'll continue to do this for next 20 days. I think we should continue the hashtag till India continues to be in the on that panel on the United Nations Security Council. We'll do this for our brothers and sisters. I think the only two people who haven't spoken yet on the panel are Brahma and Siddharth. Brahma, please go ahead. After you, Siddharth.
Yeah, okay, I'll start speaking. Um, so I want to talk about the American presidents. Uh, if I am a pro-Trumper, I mean, I really like that guy. He had an attitude to him, and if at this moment, if he was in power, he would not have let Afghanistan be taken over by the Taliban, because that guy has an ego. I mean, he has a lot of minuses.
I'm gonna not interrupt you, but I'll ask you to stick to the topic that we have tonight. So we
Okay,
could, because we have a lot of fatigue set and people are tired over here with, checking news, and they have families there. So
okay,
just stay with the Afghans and the situation at hand right now.
okay. Um, I think I'm sure the Indian soldiers would want to be there. Right now, it's all up to the Indian leadership if they make some kind of a decision about putting the boots on the ground or sending some other kind of Navy help or whatever. But the people out there, you best take care, do what you can, run away from the struggle, uh, hide if you can. Just take care of your loved ones. I just saw a woman on a channel. She was a teacher, an Afghan teacher. She was from Kandahar. She was explaining how she built her life up and how it might not have a future. And when the news anchor asks the girl, what happens when the Taliban knocks on your door? And she says, well, and it's over. I don't have a certain future, she says. So it kind of hit my heart because that woman, she really struggled hard to get to that spot. And for these kind of people to come and take it away, this is the kind of people you're having to see. I mean, from all this far away, I can kind of feel it. So my heart goes out to you people. Just stay alive. Take care of yourself and God be with you. That's all.
From that is really what we want to do, is support them tonight. We'll continue doing that. I think the last person speaking is Siddharth. Go ahead, Siddharth.
Yes. Let me give a sort of trigger warning. I am going to trigger a few Afghani people here. Uh, Please forgive me, but this is purely my opinion.
If one second. If you think that it's going to trigger Afghans, tonight is not the day. I'm sorry, I would not allow that. You might come back tomorrow, day after, if the room is.
Maya, please give him the chance to speak. We
No,
can
no,
defend
no.
ourselves.
I want to, but if he knows that he's going to trigger, then today is not the day, because we already have people who are emotionally very, very charged right now. So if you have to say something which is going to help them in keeping their courage, their resolve, their unity, please go ahead. Go ahead and say that. Whatever makes them happy, that we are standing with them and give them confidence that they can get out of
Okay,
it.
okay. Then this is only for good-hearted Indians. Please hear me out. Uh, so we have a lot of sympathy for the English-speaking urban metropolitan Afghani people. I have a lot of sympathy towards them. But we have to understand who is to blame for this situation. Of course, number one to blame is the Taliban. But there is no reasoning with them. We know they are pure terrorists. Number one reason for this. But you have to look at the other side also. You see, there was an ideological battle happening in Afghanistan, and that was between the Taliban ideology and the modern urban, the so-called metropolitan English-speaking world of Afghanistan. What we have to realize is that they have completely failed to destroy the Taliban ideology. Taliban is clearly an ideology. Yes, it receives funding from other places, from Pakistan, ISI, everything, but the recruits are the Afghani people. For whatever reason, the English-educated, American-supporting people in Afghanistan, they have completely failed in combating this Taliban ideology. We have to understand that first. And speaking to the topic of Akhanda Bharat, I am a strong supporter of Akhanda Bharat. I think the only solution left in Afghanistan to do, this may be triggering to the Afghani people, but I think this is the only solution. The Afghanistan should be broken up into three or four different territories. It should be brought up. It should not be brought up
This is something like, if a
No, I
person is
know he
coming from
was.
a
I kicked
background.
him out, Seal. I kicked him out yesterday. So everyone, I told him get lost, and I dropped him out, and I just told him, I'm gonna drop you, but he heard me loudly, and I told him get lost. He said the same thing yesterday, and now he came. I told him we are already wounded. Don't come. Let us die in peace, okay? Don't inflict more pain on our wounded bodies. That's what they're doing. And I don't see him any different than a Talib or the ISI or General Bajwa or Imran Khan. He's
Oh,
one of them, and he's
here is something which is
exactly.
interesting.
Maybe he was somebody from ISI. He just
No, no.
used to that.
Let me just. I'll tell you what. There are things which keep happening. He was saying this because he had one arrow and two birds. Not only did he gaslight you, he also made a comment about this club, which is made by Akreep Singh, and he is here sitting quietly through the evening, hasn't spoken a word. So when you talk about Akhanda Bharata, okay, this is something which is a spiritual sense, a kind of a civilizational connotation. Now attacking us for having this name and trying to, completely, completely wash out entire evening's effort of putting everybody together by saying that we are trying to bring in Afghanistan, and that's absolutely not going to be tolerated. So he was not trying to do anything with one of
No,
us. He
Maya
was
Jan,
targeting
if
both of
I
us.
can add it here, I even mentioned it very openly in Indian news and here too. Today I talked to Altaf Bhai. I said that if Kashmir is Sherak, Balochistan is the backbone. Kabul is the qalb, it's the heart. So if you want to live, you have to bridge Kabul with Sindhu Desh, Delhi, and Mumbai through Balochistan, which is a passage. And by that's only possible when you break Pakistan and give freedom to Sindhu Desh, Balochistan, and POJK is annexing itself back with India. Even Dr. Amjad Ayub Mirza is working on that. And I says, as in 1950, when West broke each other, there was the economy was collapsed, their infrastructure was collapsed, destroyed. Then, like civilized people, they sit on a table, and in 1950 they made European Union. I'm totally for the union of South Asian Union or USB United Subcontinent, Bharat, or in a sense Mahabharat, which historically tie us. And that way, because if you don't save today, you get freedom to Bangladesh. That's a history. If today Afghanistan and India join hand together and free Balochistan, the backbone. If you don't free Balochistan, if you leave, they will die there. We will die in the heart, and the Sherak. I don't know what's gonna happen to him.
See,
So I thought, if
I
okay, the
agree with you.
backbone, the backbone.
Absolutely.
If we don't connect us, they're already genociding Baloch. The backbone would quadriplegia the entire region: India, Sindhu Desh, Balochistan, and Afghanistan. And okay, it's an attempt. What's going on in Afghanistan is an attempt on Indian sovereignty too. India is not the whole Bharat. Yes, geographically, politically, we were one. When I even tweeted a clip of the Prithviraj Chauhan, he died on the soil of Gaur, by fighting Gauri. He died there. He came all the way from Rajasthan. So yes, no doubt, when you dig a place and you find Mese Ainak, a Buddha and Lord Shiva city, it says something about us. When you see the stupa of Buddha in the mountains of Bamiyan out there, it says something about me. I have as much respect for any civilization that's in uh, India as much as it's in Afghanistan. So we have to save human first, and then we definitely have to unite by breaking this Pakistan into not breaking them. In fact, Pakistan invaded Balochistan sovereignty. Balochistan was a free country. Yesterday, 11 August, was their Independence Day. And there is the TV that I appeared on with the Altafists. There is a huge, Baloch were there, Sindhis were there. So there is not only Afghan that they are the victim of this thing called ISI or Islamabad. They are even killing Sindhu Desh, Sindhi Mahajir who have immigrated from India to Sindh, and now they have to be liberated too. They have to be given freedom too. So it's very important for us to unite, and the guy who come like that has nothing to do with our love for each other and unity for each other. Yes, I support Balochistan freedom. I support Sindhu Desh freedom, and I'm here. Once we tackle Taliban and Islamabad, then we have to sit on a table like a civilized nation to build our road and schools and hospital, as India has been building our parliament for. They are our brother, and in Bible it says, "Treat thy neighbor as thy treat yourself." I'm not only your neighbor, I'm your brother. I'm the same DNA as you have the same. I told you King Zaid Shah's father was born in Dehradun, India. Our king was born on the soil of India. So now if they're not like Pakistan who are exporting terrorists to us, they exported kings to us, and they exported, like, they built dams, Salma Dam, parliaments, roads, so many things. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Bharat Mata ki Jai, Vande Mataram. Your Dharti is your mother. Bharat is bleeding out right now, and India should know that their brothers are in pain, and they should raise their voices at least through the hashtag sanction India. Whatever, once we push the enemy back to the hell, then definitely we would want our Indian brother to come and teach our kids, help us in IT, and make us a nation who can land, put their boot on the Mars and moon. So that is definitely something would be there, but right now we are mourning the death of our loved one. So let's, as I said, give those who are dead, give them an honorable burial. Those who are alive, let's make something to save their life. As last time, Elon Turing, who was day and night working to decode Enigma, the Hitler machine, and he did that in the Second World War. If you know the founders of computer, Elon Turing, let's be the Elon Turings and of today's this crisis, and each and every of us with our capacity, the limited capacity that we have, at least the capacity that we can make a Twitter account by saying hashtag sanction Pakistan. Do that. Honor Elon Turing, honor humanity, honor love, honor peace, honor respect for the motherland, which is earth. So that's all. Enough of bloodshed on the mother earth. Kindly support us through hashtag sanction Pakistan.
I want to only say one thing, because most of you may not know this. So when we come across something like this, I understand why there is so much misinformation about Hindutva. Because what happens is they actually project themselves as some nationalist, and they do this sloganeering, which completely, absolutely wild and violent, which is not required. And what they do is they champion as if, and carry this charade everywhere they go. And what they do is actually they are in hood attacking the Hindus. They do this in a way
Mayajan,
that
sorry, real quick, please. There is a message I got. She said they said I had a tongue slip. It says sanction India, but what I was saying, no, sanction Pakistan, because there is a parallel tweet going. If you, when you're typing hashtag sanction, since because I do nothing, I sit on my account and I just retweet. I tweet hashtag when I do sanction, then there is a parallel tweet coming to even sanction Afghanistan. Something, there is a few going on, but the one we are talking about is sanction Pakistan. No doubt about it, sanction Pakistan. Thank you.
I wanted to add something, if I'm
Maya,
allowed.
go
can
ahead.
we wrap up this session? I just want
Yeah,
to
yeah,
have my conclude. It's almost five,
yeah.
six
Please,
hours.
I think Najib Jan wants to leave. I
Yeah, I
think. Do
have
you
to
want to
jump
go?
out, so I have
So
my
go
my
ahead.
day
You
works.
can,
Yeah,
yeah, can go.
I just want to thank Maya, and whoever is owning this group. Just a disclaimer. I mean, whoever is listening to us, either being from Pakistan or any country, I have no affiliation with this group, and again, We are not discussing anything controversial about against any human being, but against a state that is, actually sponsoring nefarious action. So any of our Pakistani brothers and sisters listening here, I'm personally, I'm not against any Pakistani citizen. Just a disclaimer, it's just actually a soft tool that we would like to insert pressure on establishment to release, sort of, stop and prevent their sponsorship, what they have been doing. And also I just want to I was really glad to see Jamie. He actually changed, and actually he was either was not well informed, but with this discussion that we had, some of the speaker on the stage explained the root causes, or the causes that we, why Pakistan is actually supporting Taliban or proxies. And I just want to, I know there are different other elements into this discussion that Pakistan, I just want to highlight that Pakistan also feared that the US might stay indefinite, might have an indefinite presence or existence in the South Asia. So didn't want US to stay in the region. That's why, that, so there are other factors into this. I just don't want to go into that. But again, let me quote here that ambassador of US tweeted 12 hours ago. He's clearly stated that Taliban actually did not resemble, their action does not resemble what they oated or promised in Doha deal. And that was a speculation that most Afghans were having. And again, had a sort of, discussion with Dixon, Mr. Dixon also. The reason I had that this discussion with him, or maybe we were not in the same page, was just attempted that our Afghans' efforts should not outshadow with what he mentioned. We really, as Wajma mentioned, we really want anyone, whoever, from irrespective of race, religion, and state, to stand beside us, and we need support. And that's the reason I came in this room. No, even I don't know most of the speaker on stage. We don't have any affiliation with each other. We haven't met in person, and virtually we don't know each other a lot. Uh, Two, I said two, but probably three. Uh, one thing that really freaks us out, that Taliban actually in most of the provinces, that when they took over or captured, they issued forgiveness letters. My God, you guys have been bombing civilians, and you have been engaged in suicide attacks, and destroying our cities, and now you're sort of issuing forgiveness letter to our civilian, to those teachers, to those doctors, to those who were sort of affiliated by with the government, or either getting salaries. You're giving them forgiveness letter. What were they saying that you are giving them forgiveness letter? You need to ask us to give you forgiveness letter. It's something that we time will prove that, and I'm sure that our forces will give them a tooth-breaking answer. Lastly, our brothers and sisters in India, please make an advocacy. Whoever has any sort of relationship with foreign external affairs, please, we really need to look into your visa regime. Afghans are in really desperate situation. We need sort of visas. Most of the civilian are stuck. I saw a tweet by one of our friend, one of the Afghan fellow purchased from black market the visa of Uzbekistan. He paid $10,000 for just getting a visa. So in this desperate situation, we need support, soft support, any type of support. I will close here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Najib Khan. We have some speakers who have not spoken. I think they've been waiting. A new speakers, I think Lutf and Mumtaz. I'm going to just close the room now, so I'm not taking any more I'm
Maya
just,
Jan, can I
yeah.
add a quick thing on what Najibullah said? Like, it's a quick
Yeah, yeah.
comment,
Go
if you
ahead.
don't mind.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you so
Please
much.
go ahead.
As Nurzai said, Najib Lajand has mentioned that even though they have given the forgiveness letters, the terrorist group Taliban, to the people, the teachers and all those people, even though they have given them and the people were provided by those letters, but they got killed. In fact, and like behind the scene, they got killed back, even though they have those letters. So. Uh, Please, it's the only way to help Afghan voice and Afghan people, I would say, is going to be as I have mentioned earlier, our security forces are much strong and enough strong to defeat these terrorist groups and like to these ISI network groups, including Al Qaeda and all these insurgent groups. But please raise the voice of Afghans on international platform, on international stage, and you guys are the one that you can, make our voice so high and loud, and you guys are the one that can, join in our campaign to raise the humanity voice, the children's voice, the woman's voice, as so we can have a solution as the sanction of Pakistan. You guys can, join in this hashtag with us. So this is going to help the Afghan people. We did not say to help us in person and stuff like that, but the time right now in the current situation, everybody, and I request the Indian Americans and the Indians and that or in Europe, that they can, join us in this voice of the humanity and humans, to, you know to raise it and against Pakistan, and so we can sanction Pakistan practically, not only in words, and practically. As I just read an article that McMaster, the former national security advisor of the United States government, has mentioned that Taliban actions are a problem for all humanity. It's not only for Afghans, it's for the whole humanity. And Chris Alexander has been, saying the same thing, and all other people. So thank you so much. Once again, I really appreciate for all the kind words that everybody has brought here, but we only need your voice to raise the Afghan voice, and your help, your assistance to raise the Afghan children's voice. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Namaste.
Uh, we have Mumtaz Jan here and then Lutf. And with that, I will hand it over to the other mods who will want to speak. So, Mumtaz Jan, please go ahead.
Uh, Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me a chance to come up and speak a few words with you guys. Actually, the topic which you're speaking on is about sanctioning Pakistan, and it's wonderful to see that you guys are raising your voices for the suppressed people. I'm from occupied Balochistan, and we have been suffering from this Pakistani terrorism for last 70 plus years. We have been fighting, we have been struggling for regaining our independence. The same situation is happening with Afghans also. We have a very close coordination with Afghans, but sorry to say, we don't see that responsible approach from our neighbors. They could support us much better, but they have so far been failed to do that. Actually, it's not if we get some sort of support. It's Balochistan or Afghanistan. Not that we will be getting that support. It's actually I will name it that India should have done much more than it's doing. They have done good, but they have to do a little more. Actually, it will not be a support for us only. Of course, it will be, but not only for us, but for India itself. Because once, if God forbid, Kabul falls down and Taliban are again in power in Afghanistan, they will not spare anybody in the region. Kashmir will be destabilized once again and much harder than it has ever been because Taliban's are nobody else but Pakistani army personnel without uniform, with beard and turban. So I think if India will come up with a stronger voice officially and takes a strong action on the incidents that are taking place around, it has to do that. And I think India has got the mandate to do that, being a responsible democratic country in the region, and to safeguard its own stability and security. I think the time is calling for India, for Indian nation to come forward and do a little more what it has been doing. I will limit my talk for now. Thank you very much once again for giving me a chance to come and speak.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot.
Mumtaz, actually, the room has been going on for a while, and I think much of the answers which you sought have been discussed a little earlier. So I don't know, for the sake of repetition, it would be too much to repeat. But then, to tell you in brief that there is a lot happening because we do talk to veterans, and there is so much that happens strategically, and with India being presiding over the UN Security Council this month, there is already a resolution underway. That is what continues to happen, while there is other support which is to do with creating maintenance and components backup for your defense equipment. That continues, the training continues, all that happens. But I think if you mean to say putting foot on the ground, I think a lot has been earlier discussed, and there is enough reason, and there is enough being officially communicated that that will not happen for multiple reasons. Because unlike any other scenario, this particular situation does not have one face. There is not one person talking to anybody. So when you say Taliban, I hear that there is so much that that Taliban consists of. There is not one entity whom we can negotiate or converse with. So in that sense, if you feel that India should have done more, the answer should come from you. That what could have been more than being consistently supportive on ground, creating installations for power plants, for offering infrastructure, creating the transportation facilities that could be better. Of course, the sudden jolt of exit of US has put everybody in a shock, and I think now India has to figure out how to communicate and negotiate, or even have any kind of diplomacy with the terrorist organizations, which India has never done before. So that's where I would close as a response to you. Continue to hang on over here so that you can listen to some others if they want to join in. And
Can I say something, Maya, if you don't
please,
mind, at
please,
the
please.
end? I just need 30 seconds to bring a positive energy to the group, especially to our Afghan brother and sister. Look at the history. Yes, we have problem. We have given. We are under the attack. We are the civilians are dying, and number of people are displaced from their home, from their places. But Afghanistan is not a piece of meat to be swallowed so easily. If the as much as Pakistan try, as much as Taliban try, they have to read our history. We have a history. We are not in the situation to give it up so easily, as Babur said as well. So just keep hashtagging and supporting each other, and still having a big belief in our military and our forces that they will capture the cities and the district again in their power. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kandari. I just have one thing to add that while you're hashtagging, I was noticing that when you write hashtag on support of Taliban, there is a new hashtag they are running. We stand with Taliban, and the other one is India behind Afghan war. So it means that this hashtag has really affected on their nerves, as I said before. Please continue your activism, and this activism should be beyond our belief system, but our humanity level that we respect for each other on the ground, and continue hashtagging till 14th of August. And I'm really pretty sure that we are going to have good news in a very short while. And thank you so much, everyone, for listening to us, for having the patience and listening to all the discussions on a panel. If somebody wants to talk, they can talk, or else we will just wrap up the
We
program.
have closing comments from the other mods. Just give us some time, Sahil. I think you were away. Okay, just give
Yeah,
us,
I will.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, just give us some time. Yeah. So we do have Lutfia, who is the last speaker, hasn't spoken yet. Are you there, Lutf?
Yes, thank you, Maya. And I would like to say hi to all the respected hosts, speakers, and all the audience. Very interesting topic. Sanction Pakistan, India stands with Afghanistan. And to be honest with you, it's the most relevant topic of current situation which is happening in the region. Uh, Sanction Pakistan is, to me, it's not just two words. It's a revolution that should have started a long time ago, which is needed. Uh, Enough is enough. We've been suffering from the mother of terrorists state, Pakistan, for quite some times, since the jihad in Afghanistan began. That's when this mother has spread her nest and started to breed terrorists and terrorism, and unfortunately in forms of our refugees. Uh, at the current moment, I've mentioned that quite a few times, that the biggest problem that we are facing now is the Pakistan establishment and their people's denial. I hope there are here are some Pakistani friends in audience that could hear me. That's the most sudden thing, that they still believe that they are helping Afghans, and they are helping the peace process in Afghanistan, which is a really, really sad thing, that they do not see what their government, what their agencies, what their army is doing in Afghanistan. And our people, unfortunately, are suffering for quite a long time, and they clearly are sending these terrorist organizations, which is currently Taliban, and they are openly walking. They live. It's a safe haven for them in Pakistan. That, but unfortunately, they still carrying doing this. So the only way to stop them is, because they are denying, if it was an enemy that started a direct war openly, we would understood. But they are such a hypocrites, that they are still in denial, and they are crying in media, in I have heard their prime minister, their foreign minister, sorry, Qureshi, that was crying on one of their TV channels, saying that us Afghans are ungrateful and we do not appreciate their help and support in the peace and everything that we do. And they are still talking about our refugees, which is the biggest problem, I think, for us at the moment, is our refugees in Pakistan, because they have been, whoever is educated, they are building Pakistan, and whoever are going to madrasas, they have been brainwashed and they have been turned into Taliban, which I can describe as the most lethal and fundamental idea that will destroy the region. And it still carries on, and they have no shame in hiding this. So I hope this hashtag is the beginning of a long, long revolution for the future. I would like their Pakistani people to understand, to see why are Afghans doing this. We do not hate them. By no means, we do not hate them. But what their government is doing to us, what their agencies are doing to us, what their army is doing in Afghanistan, it's about time that they wake up and forget this idea, jihad in Afghanistan, but no jihad in Pakistan. That is the core of hypocrisy. When they say jihad, their mullahs, their religious scholars, they all give this fatwa that you must do jihad in Afghanistan. But when you talk to them about Pakistan, what's happening there, no, we do not want jihad in Pakistan. That's the core of hypocrisy, and I hope one day they realize this, and one day our region, our Indian friends, they realize that this cancer from Asia must be removed by force or by political power or whatever they are using. I was watching once a movie that one of your heroes, I think it was Sunny Deol, who was in one dialogue, he said that if Indians spit, the Pakistanis will drown. So I would like, I call upon my Indian friends, spit in the word of sanction Pakistan. If they tweet, if they put words in media, I'm sure Pakistan will sink. And that's all I ask my Indian friends. I don't want their military power or to interfere in our affairs politically or by force or help us fight this terror, but just help us with their pen and in social media, just spread this rumor and let the world know what a terrorist country, what a cancer we are facing in the region. Thank you for giving me time, Maya, and everybody.
Thanks. I think with this last speaker, we'll bring the room to close. I think for closing comments, I would like other mods to speak because they have been silent for a long and I've been talking. So I think over to Ritu, Akrib, and Santosh, please.
Yes, Santosh, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Greetings to all. Namaste, greetings to all. I just want to say in starting that Pak Army and DGISPR cannot stop us. Um, I request every Sindhi, Baluchi, Pashtun, Afghan people, and even Indian, we all should come together, and this is our fight. The brothers in Afghanistan, my sisters, I can understand their pain. And we are definitely there for you. We will do whatever we can. Um I just want to say that we need to understand Pakistan is a rented army. It fight for Turkey, it fight for Azerbaijan, it can do anything for money. It speaks about Palestine, but it has killed more Palestinians than Israel Defense Forces, and they were innocent. You need to also look at their army generals who, after their term, they run away to other country, like Parvez Musharraf, who says that Osama bin Laden is a hero to them. Uh, I think Afghanistan, Balochistan, Kashmir, Bangladesh are few example of atrocity of Pak army. Whatever is happening in Afghanistan, I think the sole responsible is Pak army. Taliban is just a weapon to to disturb Afghanistan. As an Indian, I would like to say that I stand with Afghanistan. This is your room. Please feel free to back channel us. We are there for you. We would like to do more. Uh, yes, I can imagine the condition of Afghan women and family. Uh, Especially Tanya, when she was speaking, it actually made me cry. I'm great fan of Fauziya Rauf. I am her fans from the day I saw her YouTube video. I stand with your idea of Bharat, and one day, I have a dream that we should all get united, and I want to go to Afghanistan. I want to meet my Baluch brother. So that's it. I don't want to take much time. We support Afghanistan. May Shri Ram be with Afghan people. Jai Hind. Thank you.
I think Fauziya, Dr. Fauziya actually is by heart very much, she's here in India. I sense it. So well said, Santosh. Go ahead, Akrib and Ritu, waiting for you
Uh,
both.
Hello, Sat Shri Akal and Namaste to all my Afghani friend, brother and sister. My heart goes out to the victims of Taliban aggression. We value freedom, and as a citizen of democratic republic, I will always side with the idea of democracy, which is unethical to the Talibani rule. I support my Afghani brothers and sisters in these testing times. I promise to do whatever I could in my limited capacity. We are closely looking at the situation and we will host more rooms as such in this order to amplify your voice. My back channel is always open and you can reach out to me for suggestion. Thanks to all.
And I want to share something. It was Akrib Singh who actually texted me along with Ritu to do this room. So the idea for this evening actually comes from Akrib. So because this is a difficult task to do, but you took it up, and so we all are here together. Thanks, Akrib. Ritu, please go
Yeah.
ahead.
Hello everyone. The first thing I just want to say that it's one thing to listen one statement that Taliban is doing atrocities, but it takes like a 5-10 minutes of your imagination to read the stories and to imagine like how the people must be living there, and in that war zone, the territory which has been war zone for decades and decades. It's not only 20 years, it's been I think 43 years or 44 years now. So first of all, hats off to you, all of you who are here, and all of the Afghani people who have Afghans who have been standing in front of this and standing with all their power. So that's the first thing I want to say, and I'm really, really impressed by Tanya, Dr. Roff, and Sayal, because the female power I've seen this, and Kandhari also, the female power I've seen in this room is amazing, and you have shown a lot of positivity, you have encouraged, but most of all, the biggest thing I've seen is the fighting spirit. So I want to say, the shocking moment for me was the fact of that forgiveness letters. That shows the entitlement of Talibanis, and with after listening to that, I realized that there is no solution but to fight. There is no solution. Talks, I don't think personally will be a solution to this. So what the women have said, that's the most important thing, I guess, because I mean, there's no solution but to fight. So be brave, we are with you. Apart from that, I just don't want to sound like a tutor, but apart from this sanction Pakistan, I think one thing can really, really help more is, the stories of Talibani atrocities. We should amplify those stories as well, because the citizens of the West and the other countries who believe in democracy, those stories actually will have a lot of impact. So I think we should do that as well. And the last point, I would reiterate that as citizens, we of different countries who have similar ideologies and freedom and liberal values, we should stand together against violence and terrorism. We should collaborate more on social media and everywhere else to stand together, because the reaction and the rattling which happened on this sanction Pakistan trend shows one thing, that when we people like us come together, something happens there, and that breaks their spirit. So we know who the enemy is. Violence is the enemy, terror is the enemy, and we need to discourage them and rattle them by coming together. Thank you.
Uh, thanks, Ritu. I think we really had a lot going on today, and it's an intense room with some hope that we should see a better day tomorrow, day after. Next 20 days are going to be critical because India continues to push for this resolution on behalf of Afghanistan. And with that thought, let's just hope for a better tomorrow. I'm going to close this room. Thanks for the mods to continue with and being patient. I want to thank my friends whom I did not let speak because today was a day just kept aside for our Afghan brothers and sisters. So if you felt I was gagging you, I'm sorry. Some other day we'll have more from your side. But thanks everyone who joined in to speak and the audience for being kind enough and patient. Thank you so much. At the count of three, I'll close this room.